So good afternoon. Welcome to day 2 of our virtual Central Valley Birding Symposium, our 26th year of doing it. As a lot of you have been on field trips yesterday and today, I hope you had a wonderful time. The weather seemed to be very cooperative, a little bit chilly in the morning, but otherwise I think the weather was very cooperative. And I hope you all had a lot of really cool, neat stuff, maybe some really significant things. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go over some stuff here. And before we get to our first speaker at 3:30, first, I just wanna say that we had a really, really good event last night. And it is taped. So if you somehow were not able to get onto last night, you can, there is a recording of this thing being made. Want to just again mention that we have a couple sponsors, even though we are only virtual. Usually when we go live, we have our regular live event at the Hilton. We have a lot of different companies and entities that are helping to sponsor the event. We're virtual this year, so it's understandably it's not that many, but we do have 2. And again, just want to mention them again. Number 1 is San Joaquin Audubon has contributed to this event. So thank you, San Joaquin Audubon. That's my local chapter, and I have been involved since day 1 and continue to do so. And the other one is the California Joint Venture. They are also very, very generous in giving a donation for this event. And if you want to know more about them, check them out. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. And they have been involved in our club and in this event now for a while. So wonderful, wonderful entity, wonderful, wonderful group, and they're helping out. I think that is it for those kind of announcements. We have a really, really good set of programs coming up for the rest of the afternoon and this evening. We're going to start off with Scott Weidensaul talking about migration, and then at about 5 o'clock we're going to have our annual kind of the true symposium of different things, science things, conservation things that our club is involved in. Dan Airola again will be facilitating that, and then we will end this evening with Jon Dunn, his assistant, Tseng, what's her name? Sorry, man, Lara Tseng, on Shorebirds. So have a lot to look forward to. See you in about 15 minutes when we bring on Scott. Thank you. Welcome everybody, and I'm going to introduce our speaker for the afternoon, Scott Weidensaul. And thanks, Scott, for joining in with our event. Him and I had a brief little chat just a couple of minutes ago, and we were just kind of chatting about the fact that, we've been trying to get Scott to come on over here for quite a few years, and it just never kind of worked out. I'm talking pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic hits, and and we decided not to go live this year, but Scott was kind enough to do this, even though we're doing it virtual. So we're so happy to have you, Scott. For those of you that don't know or know of Scott, you can look him up on Google, of course, but here it is real quick. He is a really, really accomplished, actually a famous author. He's a nature author. He has written at least 30 books, or at least has had published 30 books. He has written for many, many different papers, newspapers, magazines, very, very accomplished there. He was in the year 2000, a Pulitzer Prize finalist in the nonfiction category for his amazing book. And I've read it several times, and if you have not, you need to read it, folks. It's The Living on the Wind Across the Hemisphere with Migratory Birds. Really well done, Scott. And it's hard to believe, right? It's 20 plus years ago that you wrote that. I remember when it came out, and it felt like yesterday. And it's hard to believe it's been 20 plus years. But Scott was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize in the nonfiction category for that book. He's written many books since then. He'll be talking about one of those books in his program this afternoon. His most recent book is a children's book. It's the first children's book congratulations on a children's book. That's always a good thing. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you.
Well, it's a pleasure, David. Thank you. And again, it's a shame that I'm not there in person, but at some point we will be past this whole pandemic things and we can get back to a somewhat more normal life. It's a pleasure to be with everybody this, I wanted to say this evening because it's dark here in New England, but this afternoon. And, we're at kind of at the tail end of the migration season for much of North America, but still some migrating birds out there. And so what I'd like to do this evening is this afternoon is talk a little bit about bird migration and migratory bird conservation. And so we're going to do the screen share shuffle here for just a second, and I will give you something a little bit better to look at rather than me. I've been fascinated by nature all my life. I've been fascinated by migration all my life. I grew up in the mountains of eastern Pennsylvania, not too far from Hawk Mountain, which is where I got hooked on, well, actually 3 things that changed my life on a single day 50 years ago when I was 12 years old. It was an amazing migration day. My first visit to Hawk Mountain, I got hooked on raptors, which are, as all right-thinking people know, the coolest of all birds. I got hooked on the Appalachian Mountains, among which I grew up and have lived my entire life, and along which this river of raptors was migrating. And most of all, I got hooked on migration. And for the last half century, migration really has been kind of the defining passion of both my personal and professional lives. David mentioned the fact that back in the 1990s, I spent about 6 years traveling up and down the Western Hemisphere, researching my book Living on the Wind about bird migration in the Americas. And I did this as very much as an outsider looking in. I've been a passionate birder all my life. But I'm not a professional, at least I'm not a professional scientist in the sense of having a science degree. I dropped out of college my junior year and I was a fine art major. So I don't have a degree in anything, much less science. But what's happened over the last 20 or 25 years since I wrote Living on the Wind, where I was basically synthesizing a lot of the research that other folks had done on migration, I've gotten more and more deeply involved in the science of migration, in field research. I started banding migrating raptors back in the 1980s, and then began working with, banding passerines and then owls, especially saw-whet owls, and more recently snowy owls, hummingbirds, especially working with Western species of hummingbirds that are evolving new migratory routes here in the East. I just banded a rufous hummingbird here in New Hampshire a couple of days ago. And so a couple of years ago, I wanted to revisit our understanding of migration. We've learned so much about migration in the last quarter century or so. Our understanding of the physiology of migration, how birds orient and navigate, and also our understanding of the conservation challenges that are facing migratory birds all around the world. So about 6 years ago, I started out working on this new book, A World on the Wing, that came out last year, at a global scale this time, not just focusing on the Americas. And this comes at a time when I think it's probably not a surprise to anybody that's listening this afternoon that migratory birds are in crisis. I suspect pretty much everybody listening to me today is aware of this paper that was published in 2019, Ken Rosenberg and a lot of his other colleagues, documenting the fact that we've lost about a third of North America's birds in the last 50 years, 2.9 billion fewer birds today than back when I was a 12-year-old sitting on North Lookout at Hawk Mountain getting hooked on bird migration. And I don't want to start off with a buzzkill here, but I think it's important for us to realize what we're up against and what the stakes are for birds and migratory birds in particular. And I promise this is the only graphs that I'm going to show you today, because graphs are kind of dull. This is from that same 2019 paper, and it shows that the rate of decline of different habitat associations of birds. And not surprisingly, the ones in the worst shape, way down at the bottom of the graph, are grassland birds, birds like western meadowlark, bobolink, Henslow sparrow, grasshopper sparrow, upland sandpiper. And look, the reasons for this are not a mystery. We've destroyed, altered, or grazed out of existence most of the natural grasslands in this country, and the birds have collapsed along with that. But if you look at the other end of this chart, If you look at the top of the chart, you'll see a reason for hope, and I think maybe a roadmap for recovery. Look at what's happened over the last 50 years to wetland birds, particularly waterfowl, but to a lesser extent also large wading birds like herons and egrets and ibis. Their numbers have rebounded dramatically in the last 50 years. And here again, the reason for this is not a mystery. Starting in the 1980s, when waterfowl populations in North America cratered because of a combination of prolonged drought and habitat loss, we as a society began pouring an enormous amount of time and resources and political will and regulatory muscle into protecting and restoring and enhancing wetland habitats. And as is the case with apparently with baseball players, if you build it, they will come. If you create the habitat and you bring the habitat back, birds are remarkably resilient, and those wetland birds bounced back. I'm not saying it would be easy, and I'm not saying that habitat loss is the only problem facing grassland birds, but that's the biggest chunk of the problem. If we put the same kind of resources and muscle and societal will into restoring and protecting grassland habitats, we can bring back species like greater prairie chicken and all the other grassland birds that are faring so poorly. I think it's important for us to remember that even though the situation can really seem bleak, all around the world, conservationists are confronting the challenges that are facing migratory birds, and often against rather steep odds, they're making progress. I'm cautiously optimistic about what the future holds for migratory birds because we have so much more information than we had just a few years ago. To guide the conservation work that we need to restore these birds, we need information, and we're getting this information from big data sources like Doppler weather radar that shows us exactly how many birds per cubic meter of airspace are migrating overhead. Observational databases like eBird that are showing us exactly where and in what numbers and in densities and at what time of the year birds are where. And we're benefiting from ever more sophisticated, highly miniaturized tracking technology that's showing us where the birds are traveling, in some cases providing a second-by-second window into their lives and biology. And this is something that I've been particularly involved in over the last 25 years as I've gotten more and more deeply involved in migration research. A lot of the work that I've been doing, working with my colleagues, is on a lot of this cutting edge tracking technology. We're going to talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. But right now, I want to start by talking about what we've been discovering about the sheer physical abilities of migratory birds. And some of the stuff that migratory birds are capable of doing seems ripped more out of the pages of science fiction than a natural history guide. The idea that birds can go weeks without sleep, spend months at a stretch on the wing, stuff that really seems almost incomprehensible. So let's start by talking about migration endurance. Even small migratory birds do astonishing things. This is a semi-palmated sandpiper, a pretty small shorebird. Now, shorebirds, of course, are among the greatest of all long-distance migrants, and bar-tailed godwits that fly from Alaska to New Zealand, beg your pardon, across the widest part of the Pacific Ocean. But this little semi-palm sandpiper, 6 inches long, weighs barely an ounce, is still capable of doing some really amazing things. For example, the population of semi-palmated sandpipers that breeds in the eastern and central Canadian Arctic takes off every fall from the northeastern coast of North America and flies 3,300 miles nonstop across the western Atlantic to its wintering grounds on the northeastern coast of South America. That's 4 or 5 days of continuous flight, no food, no water, no rest. It's the equivalent of a person running 126 consecutive marathons. And, in the whole marathon thing, whenever I hear people comparing human athletes to birds, I get a little bit peeved because, I'm sorry, there is simply no comparison. The birds leave the people in the dust. For example, if you were to look at arguably the most elite human athletes, a Tour de France cyclist at peak condition, this is a person who's operating at 4 or 5 times his base metabolism. And he's only able to do that for a relatively short period of time, certainly less than a day, and only with regular food and regular hydration. On the other hand, that semi-palm sandpiper off the shelf has a resting metabolism that's significantly higher than a human's. Its body temperature at rest is about 104 degrees. And when it's flying for 4 or 5 days across the Western Atlantic, it's operating at 9 or 10 times its base metabolic rate. But there is one way in which those semi-palmated sandpipers coming out of the Eastern Canadian Arctic share something in common with at least some Tour de France cyclists. So a lot of these birds, these semi-palms, as they're coming out of Eastern Canada, they stage up in August and September along the Bay of Fundy between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick and Passamaquoddy Bay in Maine. And of course, the tidal range in the Bay of Fundy is enormous. So when the tide goes out, it exposes hundreds of thousands of acres of mud flat. And in that mud are countless trillions of tiny little crustaceans called Carophium. They're called mud shrimp. And the semi-palm sandpipers will seek out and preferentially feed on these Carophium. Now, I don't know, maybe Carophium taste really good. I've never tried them. I can't really tell you, but we do know that the Carophium are really high in omega-3 fatty acids. And those omega-3 fatty acids supercharge the aerobic capacity of the bird's flight muscle. So basically what they're doing is juicing on performance enhancing drugs. The difference is what they're doing is legal and ethical. We're also discovering a lot about the ways that birds are able to orient and navigate. And we've known that birds have a whole series of ways of finding their way through the night sky. And of course, most birds are migrating at night. Even passerines that are normally active in the daytime, songbirds, they're migrating primarily at night. One of the most important orientation cues for them is the night sky. Now, not the pattern of the night sky. They're not looking at the constellations and saying, okay, that's a big W is Cassiopeia, and that means I make a left. What they're aware of is the fact that the night sky appears to rotate. And of course, the part of the night sky that doesn't rotate is right around Polaris. So that gives them their compass direction on a clear night. If it's a cloudy night, they've got to use other ways. We know that diurnal migrants like raptors and swallows use the position and movement of the sun across the sky. There's a band of polarized light that moves across the sky during the day that they use as an orientation cue. We know that some seabirds can smell their way home across thousands of miles of ocean. But the most mysterious of all of a bird's migratory cues, its orientation cues, has always been its magnetic sense. We've known since the 19th century that birds can sense the Earth's magnetic field. But exactly how they did it has always been something of a mystery. Before I dropped out of college, I took a wonderful course in ornithology back in the 1970s, and we were taught that birds had tiny little deposits of magnetic iron crystals, magnetite, at the base of their bill or in their brain. And the assumption was it kind of functioned like a compass, kind of maybe pulling their nose to the north or something. Well, it turns out those little structures in their nose and their brain are not magnetite. They're actually probably part of the bird's immune system. And the way birds are able to detect and navigate using the Earth's magnetic field is so bizarre that even though it grew out of his own equations, the fundamental process by which this happened, Albert Einstein basically disavowed. He called it spooky action at a distance. It's called quantum entanglement. And I will attempt to explain this to you, even though I am not a quantum physicist. So you're getting a layman's understanding of this. But let's say, for example, that you are a summer tanager taking off from the Yucatan Peninsula and flying across the Gulf of Mexico at night. So you're flying through the night sky, and a photon of light that was emitted 100 million years ago from a distant galaxy, enters your eye and it strikes your retina. And in the retina of this bird, like most migratory birds, there's an abundance of a pigment protein called cryptochrome. So this photon of blue light hits the cryptochrome protein and it knocks an electron off one molecule in it and into an adjacent molecule. So those two molecules now have an unequal number of electrons. In quantum terms, they are entangled. They are a radical pair. They are essentially one thing. And under quantum theory, if you move those two molecules anywhere in the universe, what affects one will instantaneously affect the other regardless of distance. We are told that quantum entanglement is going to give us unhackable quantum computers and faster than light communication. But what it also does in the eye of the bird is that it magnetizes that pigment protein. So you now have a magnetically sensitive pigment in the eye of the bird. And what appears to be happening is the bird is flying through the Earth's magnetic field as it is able to see the Earth's magnetic field. Do you have any concept of what I would give to see the Earth's magnetic field? I mean, my mental image is it must be like the aurora borealis on steroids. We actually have no idea how the bird sees it. We just know that they are able to sense this, and they're able to sense the angle at which the Earth's magnetic field is emerging from the surface of the Earth. And that angle changes as you get closer to the equator or closer to the pole. So it gives the bird essentially a north-south orientation. But a bird also has to be able to navigate east and west and compensate, for example, for crosswinds. And there's another magnetic sense that birds have that we haven't quite figured out yet that gives them that map sense. There's some indication that it may lie in the trigeminal nerve in the upper mandible of the bird's beak, but we're not exactly sure. But every time we think we have figured out what the limits of bird migration is and the physiology of migratory birds, the birds laugh at us and blow right past what we think the limits are. For example, this is an alpine swift. This is a common nesting bird in Central and Western Europe. And in 2013, scientists in Switzerland were curious about where alpine swifts nesting there went for the winter. They knew they went to Africa, but they weren't quite sure where. They didn't know what route they took. So they captured these birds. They fitted them with little backpack harnesses with little data loggers in which there was a geolocator that would record the bird's location. So when it came back the next year, they could download the data and find out where the bird went. And there was also a little tiny accelerometer that would tell them how much of the bird's day was spent flying and how much of the bird's day was spent resting. They had that information for the breeding grounds. They wanted to get that for migration and the wintering grounds. So they send these birds off on their way. They go to Africa. They come back the next year. The scientists recapture them. They download the data. They look at the geolocator data and they say, well, look at that. The birds went across the Sahara, down into the bulge of Western Africa, back up across the Mediterranean or across the Iberian Peninsula. And then they looked at the accelerometer data, and that's when their jaws hit the ground. Because according to the accelerometers, these birds never stopped flying for 7 months. Continuous flight on the wing for 7 months. The whole way south, the whole time in Africa, and all the way back again. Now, swifts, as I think we all know, are the most aerial of all birds. They feed exclusively on flying insects. They are the only bird group that mate on the wing. If they could figure out a way to incubate an egg on the wing, they probably would never land. But I mean, come on, 7 months is a long time never to land. And yet 2 years later, when scientists in Sweden did the same experiment with common swifts, they found out that common swifts spend 10 months of the year in constant flight. And until recently, we thought this was something that only old world swifts did, but just as within the past year, scientists were able to document that black swifts from Western North America do basically the same thing on their migration to and during the winter in South America. And if 10 months on the wing sounds like a lot, consider the fact that sooty terns that breed in the tropical Caribbean and across the Pacific, when a young sooty tern leaves its nesting island and takes off for the first time out over the Pacific Ocean, it does not return to land for 4.5 or 5 years until it's old enough to breed. And during that 4.5 to 5 years, the tracking data shows that they basically never stop. So for 4.5 or 5 years, those birds are in continuous flight. Now, most migratory birds are not making flights of months or years. And the longest distance migrants, the land birds that cross the greatest distances across completely inhospitable habitats, are the long distance migrant shorebirds. The only way they can make these enormous flights is by having really rich resources at the beginning of the migration, at stopover points along the end, and at their destination where they can regain all the weight that they've lost during these extraordinary and strenuous migrations. The greatest of all stopover sites for migratory shorebirds, and one of the greatest of all avian flyways, is the Yellow Sea between China and the Korean Peninsula. This is the linchpin in what's known as the East Asian Australasian flyway that draws birds that winter as far south as Australia and New Zealand and Southeast Asia, and which are going to fan out in the breeding on their breeding grounds from Eurasia all the way into Alaska and the Yukon, and they pause twice a year on the Yellow Sea, where they feed on the world's largest mudflats. The Bay of Fundy is big, but the tidal flats of the Yellow Sea are just truly immense. At Chausini, where this picture was taken on the coast north of Shanghai, when the tide goes out, it goes out 20 kilometers and exposes this mud that on the surface looks lifeless, but below the surface is a stew of tiny mollusks and marine invertebrates that are a buffet for birds that have just flown 6,000 miles nonstop from Australia or New Zealand, must double their weight in less than 2 weeks and fly another 4,000 or 5,000 miles onto the Arctic. The problem is there is far less of that mud available than there was just a couple of decades ago. China and South Korea in particular have destroyed about 60 or 70% of the mud flats along their portions of the Yellow Sea by building enormous seawalls, pumping in hundreds of millions of cubic yards of sediment to create dry land for cities or industrial sites, or deep water aquaculture ponds like you see here that are much too deep for the shorebirds to use. And the result is that these birds have been squeezed and squeezed and squeezed until they have no place left to go. When I was over in China in 2018, researching this portion of the book, one of the conservationists I spoke to said it is a birds per hectare equation. For every additional acre of mudflat that is lost, birds die because they simply have no other place to go. A few years ago, the South Koreans built a 21-mile-long seawall that blocked the ocean from 150 square miles of formerly rich tidal flat, on which about a quarter of the world's great knots depended. And when they did that, a quarter of the world's great knots disappeared. And they didn't go somewhere else. They vanished, probably died, because they simply had no other place to go. The poster child for conservation, for shorebird conservation in the Yellow Sea is this bird, the spoonie, the spoon-billed sandpiper, this weirdly charismatic little peep shorebird with that crazy spatulate bill. Not just one of the rarest shorebirds in the world, but one of the rarest birds, period, in the world. Only 200 to 600, depending on whose numbers you believe. They breed in the Russian Far East. They winter in Southeast Asia, and they depend utterly and completely twice a year on the mudflats of the Yellow Sea. And so they have been, as I say, the poster child, marshaled by domestic Chinese conservation groups like Spoon-billed Sandpiper in China, founded by Jing Li here, international conservation organizations like BirdLife, pushing the Chinese and South Korean governments to save what is left of the mudflats, to save these birds in the nick of time. And not just spoonies, but dozens of other species of shorebirds, bar-tailed godwits that breed in Alaska, critically endangered Nordman's greenshanks. And the amazing thing is, it worked. In 2018, to the shock and delight of pretty much everybody who did not see this coming, the Chinese government announced a sweeping ban on all further coastal reclamation, coastal destruction, basically, along the mudflats of the Yellow Sea on the Chinese side of the ocean. The Chinese followed up by nominating about 24 of the most important shorebird sites for UNESCO World Heritage protection. And last year, the South Koreans somewhat belatedly followed up by nominating 4 or 5 of the most important shorebird sites on their side of the Yellow Sea. And so during my time in the spring of 2018 with Jing and other conservationists, I found them grappling with a very unfamiliar emotion, which was hope. And yet it's not just coastal destruction that's one of the major threats to birds along the Yellow Sea. In fact, the single biggest threat remaining to spoon-billed sandpipers is illegal hunting and trapping in Southeast Asia, where they're trapping shorebirds for food. And hundreds of millions of birds are killed every year all around the world for food, and not necessarily in the places where you would expect it. For example, one of the most dangerous places to be a migratory bird is along the flyways across and around the Mediterranean basin, followed by birds like this female Eurasian blackcap. And the numbers are really staggering. Every year, about 5.5 million birds are killed for food in Egypt, about 2.5 million in Lebanon, about 4 million in Syria. And a lot of this is not people putting food on the table of their starving children. In some parts of the Middle East, there is some of that, But that is certainly not the case in France, for example, where every year 500,000 migratory songbirds, especially thrushes, but also including critically endangered ortolan buntings, are killed illegally for traditional food by people who do not need to eat songbirds in order to survive. And the most dangerous place in raw numbers to be a migratory bird in the Mediterranean basin is actually civilized old Italy. 5.6 million birds killed, songbirds for the most part, killed every year in Italy for traditional foods. Now, in some places in the Mediterranean, progress is being made. There's a lot of activists working on this problem. The island of Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, just south of Turkey, was once known as the black hole of illegal bird killing in the Mediterranean. As many as 10 million migratory songbirds killed there every year. But thanks to a significant increase in law enforcement, that number has dropped significantly. And I actually had the opportunity to spend some time in the field with anti-poaching squads on British military bases in southern Cyprus. Frankly, I wish every problem facing migratory birds was as relatively straightforward as illegal bird trapping and poaching, because that's basically a law enforcement problem. You throw enough resources at it, you can solve that. The biggest problem, the biggest challenge facing migratory birds, not a surprise to anybody here this afternoon, I'm sure, is climate change. There's no question that climate change is altering almost everything about bird migration. And it's finally, I've gotten to the point now where if somebody tells me they don't believe in climate change, I tell them I don't really care. It doesn't matter what they think. The birds recognize that the climate is changing. And we can see that in long-term data sets. There was some wonderful work that Morgan Tingley and his colleagues have done in California showing the way that breeding birds have been altering their breeding timing in response to climate change over the last century or so. And when you look at long-term data sets at places like Mohonk House in upstate New York, where they have really fine-grained phenological records, phenology is the timing of nature, going back more than a century, you can see that the arrival times for many species of birds have advanced by weeks in the spring and to a lesser extent in the fall. And there's obviously a little bit of hope in that, to think that the birds are proving to be somewhat adaptable in the face of climate change. But if you look a little bit more closely at what species are showing that degree of adaptation, you quickly realize that these are mostly species that winter within the southern United States, maybe into northern Mexico. So species like eastern towhee, eastern phoebe, fox sparrow, American robins, brown thrashers. These are birds that are close enough to their breeding grounds that they can tell whether it's, like if you're a fox sparrow in a backyard in Georgia, you can tell whether it is an unusually cold late winter with one cold front with north winds day after day after day, in which case you're going to hunker down there and stay at that feeder a little bit longer in the spring, or it's an unusually warm early spring with south winds night after night, and you're going to fly back up to the boreal forest a little bit earlier. If you look at the timing of long distance neotropical migrants, in the case of Mohonk House, species like black-throated green warblers, these birds are mostly coming back pretty much on the schedule that they did a century ago. Their timing has advanced a bit, but not nearly as much as the timing of spring. Spring is coming earlier and earlier every year. And what happens is these birds are falling farther and farther and farther out of sync. If they get so far out of sync, you end up with what's known as a trophic mismatch, where by the time the birds have come back from their wintering grounds, set up a territory, found a mate, built a nest, laid their eggs, incubated their chicks, the chicks hatch, the chicks are at their hungriest, and the seasonal flush of insects on which they depended is already past because the birds are late. And just within the last month or so, there's been a fascinating paper that was just published looking at bird banding data and showing that for many species of long-distance neotropical migrants in the east and the west, not only are the birds coming back, not only have the birds fallen behind the timing of the seasons, but there's a mismatch between the males and the females. The males are keeping up a little bit better than the females are. So now there's an even greater mismatch between the sexes. And this has consequences for birds. For example, one of the strange things about climate change is that it doesn't just make everything warm. It doesn't make everything uniformly warm. In fact, in some places, it actually can make things colder at certain times of the year, some of the vagaries of our global climate system. And one of those places that's getting weirdly cold at certain times of the year is the central and eastern Canadian Arctic. The same area that those semi-palmated sandpipers I talked about before are coming from, and where birds like red-necked phalaropes that winter off the Pacific coast of South America come back to breed, Hudsonian godwits that winter at the southern tip of South America. These birds come back on their traditional schedule, in some cases having flown 9,000 miles, and they arrive at a place like Churchill in Manitoba, and everything's still frozen up. So they have to wait and wait and wait, and then it finally melts, and they can finally start to breed, and then bam, it's like this climactic switch has been flipped, and it goes from unusually cold and snowy to dramatically hotter. The summers in that part of the Arctic are hotter than they used to be. The late winter and early springs are colder. And so these birds are caught between a rock and a hard place, because by the time their chicks hatch, and of course, remember, shorebird chicks must feed themselves. They come out of the egg, they're precocial, their eyes are open, they're able to run around. Mom and dad don't catch food for them. They have to be able to catch insects themselves. And by the time they are out there scouring the tundra for insects, the seasonal peak in insects has already passed, because it's gotten so much hotter. The insects are emerging earlier than they did. So the birds are breeding later, the insects are emerging earlier, and increasingly these birds are failing to breed successfully year after year after year. We've always known that migration is the most dangerous part of a bird's annual cycle. And that's when the greatest mortality occurs. And it's also the part of a bird's annual cycle about which we know them the least, because it's hard to study. I mean, these birds are mostly migrating at night. I mean, you can sit outside with a pair of binoculars and look at the face of the moon and count the birds that go by, but it's not a very efficient way to study bird migration. But fortunately, we're developing tools right now that are giving us an ability to understand migration at an unprecedented level of detail. And I think maybe just in the nick of time, giving us the information we need to figure out where the biggest threats are and how we can mitigate those threats and reverse the declines that we've been seeing in migratory bird population. One of the advances is just the sheer computing power that we have at our fingertips these days, that it's allowing us to harness big data with a capital B and a capital D, big data sets, including Doppler weather radar. This is one of the most important tools we have for understanding bird migration. And it's ironic, because I can guarantee you the National Weather Service did not build the Doppler weather radar system starting in the 1980s to benefit ornithology. But all of those 140 some Doppler radar sites across the lower 48 allow us to calculate with an astounding degree of precision exactly how many birds per cubic meter of airspace are passing overhead at any given time. And, back when Cornell started its Birdcast program 10 or 15, 20 years ago, people like Andrew Farnsworth would spend a day assembling all of the radar data from just a handful of radar sites to figure out how many birds had gone past. But now we have enough computing power that Cornell, through its Birdcast website, is able in real time on a minute-by-minute basis to figure out exactly how many birds are migrating across the lower 48 on any given night in spring and fall migration. This is an animation from May of last year on a night when almost 750 million birds were migrating across the contiguous United States on that particular evening. And because we have archived weather radar data stretching back decades and enough computing power to finally crunch all of that information, we basically have a time machine that allows us to look back week to week, year to year, decade to decade, to see how and where migration has changed. And us old farts have been right for a long time. There just are not as many birds as there used to be. A lot of the precision in that 2.9 billion fewer birds today than 50 years ago number comes from our ability to look back in time through Doppler radar and see how bird populations and migratory bird numbers have changed. So Doppler radar can tell us how many birds are up there, but it can't tell us what kind they are. It is, in the words of one of the scientists working with it, taxonomically agnostic. To paint in the details of what species are up there, you need another big data set, and of course that is eBird. I guarantee you, the folks at Cornell that started eBird all those years ago had no idea how this was going to revolutionize our understanding of bird populations, and particularly bird migration. 100 million sightings coming into eBird every year has allowed scientists at Cornell to take all of that bird data and start layering it with remote sensing data on habitat, and start to model in, again, with really mind-boggling precision, exactly where, at what times of the year, and in what densities birds are moving across North America and increasingly around the world. So this animation is showing the movements and densities of yellow warblers from their wintering grounds in northern South America all across the breeding grounds. And this is paying off huge dividends for conservation. Right there in the Central Valley of California, I think most of you are probably familiar with the way the Nature Conservancy scientists were able to use eBird data and remote sensing data from NASA and figure out where and when to create tens of thousands of acres of pop-up wetlands as terrific habitat for migratory shorebirds. And just within the last week or two, Cornell has rolled out a really astounding new way of looking at bird population trends using eBird data for over the last 15 years or so. And if you haven't had a chance to go on the eBird site, I'd really encourage you to do this. This shows population trends since 2007 in Swainson's hawks. And you can see that across the Swainson's hawk range, some areas, including the Central Valley, Swainson hawk populations are increasing significantly. In other areas like parts of Alberta down through the Great Plains, and particularly in the high plains of Colorado and parts of New Mexico, you can see that Swainson's hawk breeding populations are declining significantly. This is a really terrific tool to figure out just what populations are doing well, which ones are not, and it gives us an ability to target our scarce conservation dollars and conservation action where they're needed the most. Interestingly, one of the things that both radar data and eBird data have shown us that we didn't really appreciate before is the degree to which urban light pollution is affecting bird migration. We know that lighted skyscrapers and urban light pollution draws birds into cities, especially in the fall, especially young birds on their first migration. This is dangerous for them. We lose like 1/3 of a billion birds every year colliding with urban skyscrapers and other urban buildings. And of course, that gives us not one, but two ways that we can conserve and protect these birds. For one thing, we can simply ask people to turn out their lights. And there's a growing movement across North America in urban areas with Audubon and other conservation groups to mount these big lights out campaigns. But it's hard to get people to turn out their lights for weeks and months at a time during spring and fall migration. But we don't have to ask them to do that. We can use eBird and radar and AI to predict what nights in any given urban area are going to be the big migration nights of the year. We know from radar studies that most of the migration passes through any given urban area in just 4 or 5 nights in the spring and 4 or 5 nights in the fall. And we can predict what those nights are going to be. And we can say, Cleveland, tomorrow night, turn out your lights. New York City, Dallas, turn out your lights tomorrow. But these birds are going to get pulled into urban areas anyway. And we are beginning to understand the importance of urban parks and green spaces as life rafts for tens to hundreds of millions of migratory birds every year. We don't manage those parks and urban green spaces for birds. We manage them for human recreation, but there's no reason we can't have both. And I think there's a growing realization on the part of bird conservationists that in addition to putting money into preserving and protecting pristine rural or remote areas of bird habitat, we can get a lot of bang for our buck by putting a relatively small amount of money into creating better bird habitat in urban parks and green spaces. We're also benefiting from an explosion in new tracking technology. And this is, as I said earlier, something that I've been privileged to be very involved in for many, many years. And some of this stuff is just mind-blowing. For example, for the last 10 years, I've helped direct something called Project Snowstorm, which uses GPS GSM transmitters to track the winter movements of snowy owls. We've tagged about 110 snowy owls in 17 states and provinces since 2013. And these transmitters are solar powered. They're about as big as a matchbox. They weigh about 3% of the bird's body weight. And they use two technologies that most of you have in your pocket right now. They communicate with the GPS satellite system overhead, and they record latitude, longitude, altitude, and flight speed as frequently as every 6 seconds. And then a couple of times a week, they dial up through the cell phone network, and they send us all of that information cellularly. I like to joke that my friends are cooler than your friends because I get text messages from snowy owls. And if you're interested in what we're doing with Project Snowstorm, take a screenshot right now. So you save that web address that's on there and go to projectsnowstorm.org. All the tracking data from all the owls that we have been tracking over the years is available on there. Our first returning snowy owl of the year just showed up on Sunday night. She'd been up in the Canadian Arctic for the summer, and she's now down in southwestern Manitoba and heading south. The only thing that we don't do is tell you where the owls are right this minute. We delay the posting the data for about 24 hours so you can't find the owl. But it's a really cool thing. The only reason we're able to do this is because Project Snowstorm is funded entirely by small contributions from members of the general public. So if you're studying a 6-pound owl, you can put a 45-gram transmitter on the back of the bird, and it's probably not even going to notice. If you put a 45-gram transmitter on the back of a 30-gram thrush, you're not going to get any migration data at all. And until recently, it was almost impossible to track most migratory birds, because most migratory birds are small, across any kind of landscape distance. But that has changed in a huge way, thanks to the MODIS wildlife tracking system. MODIS was the brainchild of Stu McKenzie and his colleagues at Birds Canada, and it marries two existing technologies in a really new way. So it uses automated receiver stations, like the one you see there, that kind of look like somebody forgot to take down their old television antenna, and tiny little VHF radio transmitters, what are known as nanotags. And I'm talking nano. Some of these are a fraction of a gram that are small enough not just to put on the smallest birds like hummingbirds, but even on migratory monarch butterflies and migratory dragonflies. And there is now a network of about 1,600 of these automated receiver stations, all across primarily North America, but increasingly across Latin America and the Caribbean as well. Now, as you can see, the greatest concentration of these is in the Northeast. And I can take a little tiny bit of credit for that, because a group that I helped found 6 years ago called the Northeast MODIS Collaboration has built about 160 of these receiver stations from the mid-Atlantic up into New England. And we are now working with other groups doing the same thing in the Midwest, in the Great Plains and Chihuahuan Desert, across the Southeast. Actually, our group is part of a consortium that's going to be building out the MODIS network across the southeastern states. There's a lot going on in the Intermountain West, up and down the Pacific Flyway. There's, California is just going great guns on MODIS. There's going to be a lot going into to Mexico. Birds Caribbean is building out a network across the Caribbean. This is really exciting stuff. And we're finally able to track birds that we were never able to track before. For example, one of my former owl banding volunteers is doing her doctoral research at Guelph University, Ontario, studying eastern whippoorwills and common nighthawks. And all of the tracking data from all of the, I think, 36,000 birds and bats and insects of hundreds and hundreds of species that have been tagged on with the MODIS network is all publicly available. So again, grab a screenshot here so you have that address, www.motus.org. By the way, MODIS is from the Latin word meaning movement. It's not an acronym. And you can, any of those little yellow dots you saw on the map I showed just a moment ago, those are all clickable. You can see whatever's been flying past there. You can map the route of any of the particular birds or bats or insects on there. It is, but I warn you, it's addictive. Once you start, you can't really stop. But the amount of information that we have today on migratory birds and where they're going and what threats and dangers they're facing gives me a lot of hope. And sometimes hope's the hardest thing to find. I mean, the challenges can seem immense. It's easy to give yourself over to despair, which is why I want to leave you here with a final story about what people in even the most remote parts of the world, people that many of us would consider to be just unbelievably poor, are able to do for migratory birds. And so I want to take you now to one of the most remote places I've ever traveled. These are the mountains of Nagaland in northeastern India. It's that little thumb of India that sticks up between China to the north and Myanmar, Burma, to the south. And every year in October and early November, millions and millions of Amur falcons, these beautiful insectivorous falcons about the size of an American kestrel, they gather in Nagaland en route from their breeding grounds in Siberia and northern China and Mongolia, en route to their wintering grounds in southern Africa. They have the longest migration route of any raptor in the world, almost 18,000 miles a year. And they gather in Nagaland because at the end of the seasonal monsoon rains in October and November, trillions of termites emerge from underground, big winged, fertile adult termites on their mating flights. And so you have these insect-eating falcons that have a very, very long way to go. Not just a long way to go, but 2,400 miles across the Indian Ocean. And so they gather in Nagaland and they gorge on these termites and fill their gas tanks before they make this longest overwater crossing of any bird of prey on the planet. Well, they gather in enormous numbers in Nagaland every year, but we in the outside world didn't really know anything about this until 10 years ago, the fall of 2012, when the woman on the right there, Bano Haralu, who is a former television journalist who founded a small conservation and wildlife nonprofit in Nagaland, she decided to finally follow up on rumors that she'd been hearing for years about immense numbers of falcons in a remote part of Nagaland near a village called Pangti. And so in October of 2012, she and her colleagues there from Conservation India set out on the just appallingly bad roads through that part of Nagaland to see if they could find the falcons. And they did, but what they found horrified them. They discovered that villagers from Pangti and some of the surrounding communities were killing about 140,000 falcons every year during the peak of the migration. Now, I want to stress, this was not a traditional subsistence hunt. The villagers had only started doing this less than 10 years earlier, when the Indian government had built a gigantic hydroelectric dam that flooded the valley where their farms had been for time out of mind. And for reasons we don't really understand, the falcons that were always traditionally passing through this area began gathering in very dense nighttime roosts in groves of trees alongside the reservoir. And the people said, well, look, we lost our farms. They flooded our farms. We can't really fish in this reservoir because they didn't cut down any of the trees in the forest, but we can string our nets in the trees and catch these falcons and kill them and pluck them and smoke them and then sell them in larger towns and cities for cash money to pay to send our kids to boarding school, which is the only way their kids could get an education. Well, that might be a good reason to raise money, but from a conservation standpoint, it was a disaster. Amur falcons are one of the most abundant raptors in Asia, but they're not that abundant. I mean, no raptor can withstand that kind of annual carnage without the population collapsing very, very quickly. But that didn't happen, in part because of increased law enforcement. This hunt had always been technically illegal, but the authorities had turned a blind eye to it for a long time, but mostly because conservationists like Bono, like members of the Bombay Natural History Society, BirdLife International, they sat down with community leaders in Pangti and elsewhere and explained to them, if you keep doing this, these birds are going to disappear. And the Naga said, we didn't know, we'll stop. And they did, completely, from one year to the next. 140,000 dead falcons one year, virtually no dead falcons the next year. And within a couple of years, the world went from condemning them for their barbarity to praising them for their conservation leadership. In fact, many of the former falcon trappers formed what they called the Amur Falcon Roost Area Union to guard and protect the falcon roosts that they were once plundering. But one of the reasons that the Naga turned away so easily from falcon hunting was that they were also told, with complete justification, that this is one of the greatest wildlife spectacles on the planet, and that people are going to want to see this. Tourists are going to want to come to see this. You can make more money from tourism than you can from falcon hunting. which may be true, but by all accounts, Pang T is a really difficult place to get to. And when I heard about this, I was hearing that there were not all that many tourists coming to Nagaland to see the falcons. And so I had to wonder what happens when very poor people do a hard thing, expecting a certain outcome. What happens if that outcome is slow to materialize? So in 2017, along with my good friend Kevin Laughlin from Wildside Nature Tours and Catherine Hamilton from Southern California and a couple of others, we headed to Nagaland to see for ourselves and to find out whether it was possible for Wildside to start taking American tour groups in there to support this nascent conservation effort. And folks, let me tell you, this is not an easy place to get to. These are some of the worst roads that I have ever traveled on in my life. What you see before you there is an active landslide zone where periodically the mountain just kind of lets loose and takes anybody that happens to be on the road with it. And oh, what you can't see is that the slope continues for several hundred feet farther down out of the frame of the picture here. And when that happens, they just bulldoze another road through there and use it until the next landslide. It was absolutely terrifying. Plus, we were told, do not be on the road after dark because of the danger of cross-border Maoist guerrillas coming in from Myanmar. In fact, there was a firefight between the Indian military and insurgents just a couple of weeks before we got there that left a whole bunch of people dead. And also just run-of-the-mill armed bandits on the road. But I'll tell you, it is worth the trouble, because in a lifetime of chasing some of the biggest raptor concentrations on Earth, I've never seen anything like what we saw in Nagaland. At daybreak, to have 50 or 60 or 100,000 falcons rising in these great reverse tornadoes of birds out of their roosts in, before daybreak, there were so many birds swirling overhead that it sounds like the rushing of great winds. And it would go on like this for hours. And this is just one roost. There's roosts up and down the Doyon River Valley. So we're talking about millions and millions of falcons gathered in this one place for weeks at a time. The river of raptors through Veracruz in Mexico probably sees more birds total over the course of a season, but they're not concentrated like this. I've just never seen anything like that in my life. As I said, one of the things I was interested in is what happens when people make hard choices and expect a certain outcome. At its peak, almost everybody in the village of Pangti benefited from the falcon hunt. There's about 500 households in the village, and everybody had a hand in it. Every household was making some money from that. Now that the focus is on tourism, there's a lot of income inequality. There are winners and losers in this new falcon economy. As I said, many of the former falcon trappers now serve as guides. Nchomo Edoyu here, just an amazingly good bird guide, even though he does not own a pair of binoculars. And the money that Nchomo makes from guiding visiting birders has more than made up for the money that he lost when he gave up falcon trapping. And he's paying not just for his wife and his kids that are at home, but his kids that are at boarding school in larger towns. Members of his extended family own the property where some of the biggest roosts occur, and they built this beautiful watchtower, and they charge a nominal fee for people to come and use it. Some of the households in the community had enough wherewithal to install Western-style toilets, not flush toilets, but Western-style toilets, so that they could rent their home out as homestays. But most of the community is not benefiting directly from falcon tourism. And as you can imagine, the pandemic has really put a crimp in international tourism there, although fortunately there's still a lot of domestic Indian tourism. Nagaland was closed to all outsiders, including other Indians, until only a decade or so ago. It's still considered kind of the Wild West of India. But India has a huge and vibrant birding community, and more Indian birders and photographers are coming to Nagaland every year to see these falcons. What the communities of Nagaland accomplished for the Amur falcon, I think, ranks as one of the most striking migratory bird conservation success stories that I've ever had the privilege to report on. At least here, at least for now, at least for this one precious species, the world's a little bit safer. And they're all precious. every bird that makes that leap into the void is at once utterly ordinary and extraordinary. They've been shaped by millions of generations of natural selection, crossing immensities of space through dangers that we can barely comprehend, and doing it all on the strength of their own muscles and fiber and bones and feather. And for eons, that's been enough. But not anymore. For better or worse, for good or ill, their fate is in our hands. And I hope that we're up to the challenge. Folks, I want to thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here, and I'm going to take a drink of water. And if there are questions, I will answer questions until people's eyes roll back in their head.
So there is one question in there as we speak, and it is, Scott, have you heard a term, a kettle of hawks, was named at Hawk Mountain? Last night's presenter, Alan Fish, was told by a local that hawk counters marked a kettle, which is a large glacial depression, as a hawk location. And when they said hawks are flying over the kettle, it morphed into a kettle of hawks. Have you heard this story?
Not that story, and I don't quite believe it.
Really?
So I grew up at Hawk Mountain, and yes, we've always talked about a kettle of hawks, but Hawk Mountain is south of the glacial area. There are no glacial kettles around Hawk Mountain. The old timers I talked to, including people like Maurice Brune, who was the original curator, said that it was a kettle because it looked like boiling water. It looked like they were boiling in a kettle, and that's where that came from. So, but it's one of those terms that has just morphed and spread everywhere that hawk watchers are counting hawks.
Great. So our local right here, Pat Piketty, has asked, how is the MODIS organization funded?
Oh, that's a great question, Pat. And by the way, hi, Pat. So MODIS MODIS is a really great example of a super example of collaborative science. So the MODIS, the nuts and bolts of MODIS is funded through Birds Canada, which is the kind of the Canadian equivalent of the National Audubon Society. And they've got funding through the Canadian government and some large foundations to like run the servers and things like that. But in terms of like putting up these receiver stations, the work that we did through the Northeast MODIS collaboration, we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars from private funders. We got some foundations behind us. We also had 3 large grants, including one that we just received recently to do the work in the Southeast, what are known as competitive state wildlife grants through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But there are also people who are just building a MODIS receiver and putting it up in the backyard. Nature centers doing that, schools doing that. The great thing about MODIS is every time somebody puts up one of these receiver stations, it's like, a rising tide lifts all boats. Well, to give you an example, there's some scientists working in Nova Scotia studying the local movements of thrushes, juvenile birds dispersing from the breeding grounds. And so they put up a whole bunch of receiver stations right there so they can study these birds on a local level. But anything that happens to be flying over, whether it was tagged in South America or the Canadian Arctic, gets picked up by that by those receivers. So that every time somebody adds another one of these receiver stations, it builds out that network. So it's just been and it's been explosive. I mean, MODIS has only been around since 2013. It's less than 10 years that this thing has grown into just an absolute hemispheric and rapidly becoming global network.
Amazing. Thank you. Let's see, Mary Freeman. Hi, Mary, from down in Southern Cal there. What have you seen in Alaska due to climate change?
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I've been going to Alaska, particularly Denali National Park, for more than 40 years. And it's really kind of shocking to see places that in Denali that in 1981 were wide open tundra are now dense young spruce and poplar forests. That it's the shrubification of Denali National Park is really kind of shocking. And in fact, I'm working, one of my research projects, I work with Carol McIntyre from the National Park Service and some other colleagues studying bird migration in Denali National Park. And we're focusing a lot of our attention on species like Arctic warblers, fox sparrows, Swainsons, and gray-cheeked thrushes that nest in these shrubby young habitats that are exploding in acreage across parts of central Alaska. So yeah, I mean, our last field season pre-pandemic was 2019, and it was 85 degrees in Denali National Park in the middle of summer, which is just unheard of. So, and you could barely see across the Toklat River because of smoke from massive wildfires. So, yeah, tremendous changes all across Alaska. Anybody who doesn't believe in climate change needs to move to Alaska. It'll make you into a believer in a real hurry.
Great. Robyn Smith has asked, have they used sonar predictions of bird migration to minimize conflicts with wind turbines? And do you think this could be a tool for development of safe alternative energy sources?
So when you say sonar, I suspect you probably mean radar. You're like using radar to detect whether birds are coming in. And yes, in some places they're doing that. Now, primarily to protect large soaring birds like old world vultures, which have had a real problem in places like Gibraltar with hitting wind turbines, and so that they can pick up an eagle or a vulture as it's moving into toward a turbine, turn the turbine off. I mean, those things, it takes a while for them to spin down, it takes a while for them to spin back up again. I have to confess, I haven't been following that technology really closely, so I don't know the details of it, but I know that is being employed.
John asks, he says, I worry that saving a largely resident species like a prairie chicken is hopeless, as the parcels of habitat have to be huge, and otherwise smaller parcels are susceptible to various disasters, and they disappear parcel by parcel and population by population. How can a huge grassland parcel be set aside with all of the competing economic interests?
Well, I mean, look, there are some places that's not going to happen. I mean, we're not going to bring greater prairie chickens back to Iowa, but there are places like, for example, the sand hills of Nebraska, where there are really immense areas of grassland, much of which is just poorly managed. I've spent a fair bit of time over the years taking tour groups up into the sand hills to see prairie chickens and sharp-tailed grouse, and places like the Calamus Ranch, owned by the Schweitzer family, where they began managing their property, tens of thousands of acres, using fire, working with the Nature Conservancy, creating really good quality grassland habitat on what had been, they would admit, overgrazed and badly managed habitat for a long time, and really, dramatically increasing the populations of those birds. We're seeing, even for species like greater sage grouse, whose populations have been in free fall for a long time, in the Intermountain West, in places like the Warner Mountains in Oregon and parts of Idaho, where, folks with the National Resources, NRCS, National Resource Conservation Service, I always get that mixed up with USDA, realized all you have to do is start cutting down these native but invasive juniper and pinyon trees that have been encroaching into sagebrush habitat, and you can restore sagebrush habitat, not just for sage grouse, but for all those other shrub steppe species that depend on it. And so in places like the Warner Mountains, sage grouse populations are actually going up, and they've seen like an 80 or 90% increase in a lot of smaller sagebrush passerine species. So, you have to, John's right, you got to work at scale. And the way to start, again, to take a page from what they're doing with sage grouse, they talk about defend the core, find the best areas of habitat and prevent them from being degraded, and then start working out from there. Start restoring connected parcels that are adjacent to that core territory, and just make it bigger and bigger and bigger. Because it really, a lot of this just comes down to kind of brute strength. And also, as I said at the beginning, on having, we as a society just have to muster the political will and the resources that we need to do this. If you have not contacted your senator and urge that they pass the Restoring America's Wildlife Act, RAWA. Please do so, because this could free up billions of dollars with a B to do exactly the kind of work that we're talking about here. And our best shot of getting RAWA passed is going to be during this lame duck session. And it's passed the House, it needs to pass the Senate. Talk to your senator and make sure they understand how important that is.
Okay. Mary Kenny asks, who are the organizations doing the best work, in your opinion, with restoring and saving grasslands?
I wish I had a more thoroughly researched answer on that. It's ironic. I'm working on a new book right now about what's working for bird conservation around the world, and that's going to be one of the topics I'm going to get into. And I haven't really done the research on that yet. So Mary, you're going to have to give me a pass on this one right now. I mean, there are groups like Pheasants Forever, which maybe you don't care all that much about ringneck pheasants, but they're doing an awful lot of work on the ground, much the way Ducks Unlimited did, in protecting and restoring grassland habitat. And frankly, Ducks Unlimited has done a lot of work in upland habitats, because ducks in the prairie pothole region nest in uplands away from the potholes themselves. And so a lot of grassland birds are benefiting from that as well. So those are two organizations right there who have their mission as habitat restoration and habitat recovery.
Great. Mary says she looks forward to the book. Yep. Casey Foley from right here in Stockton says, regarding the Nagaland Amur falcons, what does the future look like for those families now without income from the falcon harvesting? Meaning, is there a plan on the horizon to benefit the entire community so that polarizations between families doesn't occur where it didn't formerly?
Yeah, and there's we had a terrific young biologist named Lansathong Lotha, who is a native Naga who works for the Nagaland Forestry Department. We brought him to Hawk Mountain in Pennsylvania 2 years ago as one of Hawk Mountain's international conservation trainees. And we also worked with a young Indian biologist named Devin Mehta, who was studying Amur falcons, brought him over as a trainee as well. And I've been in touch with Lanso, and they've been making progress on that. What's funny is the Amur falcon has generated a lot of interest in that part of Nagaland just in general. Nagaland was already turning into a little bit of a foodie destination, because the cuisine there is very much it's Nagaland's like the un-Indian part of India. It's very unlike the rest of India. So a lot of foodies were starting to go there. There's a lot of cultural tourism that's kicking in there. And so they're going beyond just the falcons and sort of expanding tourism opportunities. Also, the village of Pangti has built a community-owned guest house so that folks that can come there now, in addition to staying in a private homestay, you can stay in the community guest house, which benefits the entire community. I think they're figuring it out as they go. But what's interesting is that there hasn't been any kind of a push to go back toward falcon hunting, even on kind of a black market scale. They really have embraced the idea of falcon conservation. In fact, there's a lot of communities. There are other communities in Nagaland and even the neighboring state of Assam that have large Amur falcon roosts, and there's a bit of a competition right now to say who's the real falcon capital of the world. Pangti sort of chose that first, but there's other communities that say, no, we actually have even more falcons than Pangti does. So not a bad competition to have going on.
Good to know. Maureen Grabowski asks, where are the Modus Towers in California, the Bay Area, the Central Valley, and which birds are counted there?
There's a lot of them in California. There's more than I can tell you, and I can't tell you right offhand what's being counted there. But if you go to motus.org, motus.org, and there's a map that you can zoom in on, and there'll be all these little yellow dots showing where all of those California stations are, and you can click on any of those dots and a box will pop up and it will tell you how many tags have been detected, and you click on that and it'll give you a list of all of the birds and bats and insects that have gone past there, and you click on each one of those and you can map its route. And like I said, give yourself a lot of time because you're going to get hooked.
Great. I think we have just one more question here, and we are at the time limit. So Don Garcia asked,
Hi,
Scott,
Don.
are there geographic and topographic areas that we should strategically target for Modus tower placement? And what does it cost to install one? And what's it like with permits? Do you know?
Okay, so the best place to put these is where on a high location you get 360 degrees of view, because it's radio, so it's line of sight, and you want to put them in places. I mean, what we did in the east for the most part is we built east-west fence lines, sort of stacked one on top of each other, like across Maine and across New Hampshire and Vermont and New York, and so that as these animals are migrating south, they're going through tower after tower after tower after tower. So you might want to look strategically at that. The fact that California has north-south running mountain ranges makes it maybe easier in some ways, trickier in others. Cost, if you're doing all the work yourself, and it varies a lot. I mean, do you have power? Do you have to set up solar? But $4,000 to $6,000 probably to set up one of those receiver stations. Permits are going to depend on, that's local. That varies tremendously. It's some places are real easy to deal with. Some places we have beaten our head against a brick wall dealing with some state agencies here in the Northeast, for example, that shall remain nameless. So that really varies. But I mean, these things are, they're mostly like 40 feet tall. So it's not like you're setting up a cell phone tower that's 200 feet high that you need, anti-collision lighting or anything like that. And also they are strictly passive. They're only receiving, they're not transmitting anything. So they're not going to interfere with anything. We spend a lot of time explaining to people that we're not going to interfere with their radio signals.
Thank you, Scott. Oh, Scott, you were wonderful. I am so disappointed that we don't have you live, because people would for sure want to meet you and talk with you some more and visit with you. You've been excellent. Thank you again, Scott. And really, we look forward to getting you out here live sometime in the near future.
I look forward to it as well. At some point, this pandemic is going to be past, and then we can get back to doing all the stuff that we said. And especially since it seems like half the people on the call tonight are friends and acquaintances of mine. It would have been great to see everybody.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
excellent. So. Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thanks so much.
So we're going to break here for about 15 minutes before we get to our next set of programs, which is going to be the update on what the club is doing conservation and research wise with Dan Airola. So tune back in about 10-12 minutes. Thank you. We are getting set for our annual science portion, and we've been very fortunate that the one that handles that is Dan Airola. And as soon as Dan gets on here, we can get started. But if you don't know who Dan is and you're new to the symposium and new to the club, this is Dan, and Dan has been part of the club and the symposium for most of the time. He is our current editor of our journal, Central Valley Birds, and has done it now for how many years now, Dan? How many years have been
Untold. Maybe 12 years. At
least more than half of the existence of the thing. We've only had two editors ever. Tim Engilis, who started this thing back in the original day, was the original one. And, it's not an easy job. That's why organizations have very few editors. And so started with Tim. He did it for 12 years. And now for the next 12 years, it's been Dan.
And it's been a lot of fun, David, but if anybody's interested in becoming number 3, please let me know. We'll break you in slowly.
Oh yeah, but Dan has been our editor, and the journal is a major part of the club and the symposium. It's it's really how we get all the information out, and all the stuff that we're doing, especially conservation wise and education wise, environmentally, it all goes into, a lot of it goes into the journal. Dan is also he's a board member. He's really involved with many things. He is our conservation chair, just on top of a lot of things that are going on in Central Valley. I do believe you're retired now, Dan. Is that true?
So you would think. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way.
Dan
I work really hard. I just don't get paid.
Dan has been a lifelong environmental consultant, and I think in the latter years here he was independent, but now he obviously does a lot of things pro bono, probably. But he is an environmental consultant with a lot of emphasis here in the Central Valley.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction, and welcome everybody. I see we have 90 participants, which is really impressive. I want to thank you all for attending. I realized, first of all, this is cocktail hour. You're not visible on the screen. So my recommendation is to take your science with a glass of red wine or an IPA. We're also maybe in the unfortunate situation of following Scott Weidensaul, because he is such an incredible speaker, and we're in the bottom tier of those kinds of presenters. That was a fantastic presentation, and I think we will follow up with a lot of specifics that relate to things that Scott talked about. I do have to disagree with one of his statements, just one, that graphs are boring. We are going to present graphs. That's science, and I am hoping to convince you that graphs convey information, a lot of information efficiently, and graphs are interesting. So we'll see whether we succeed there or not. Okay, enough chit chat. We're going to present 4 talks today, providing up-to-date information on key programs and species here in the Central Valley. 3 of us presenters, Andy Engilis, Ed Pandolfino, and myself, are regulars. I hope you're not sick of hearing from us, but we've been doing things like this for quite a while, even though our information today is all new, I assure you. But I'd also like to welcome our newcomer, Robyn Smith, who is presenting on I think I'd call it an incipient project on Loggerhead shrikes today. So we welcome Robyn. Our presentations are going to last about 15 to 17 minutes. So hopefully we'll have some time for questions, and we can handle those after each person speaks. Of course, I think, as was said, put your questions in the Q&A section so that we can retrieve them. And if we don't have time to get to your question, I will send it on to the speaker and let them respond to you individually. So without further ado, I'll just note that the talks are in a little different order from what was listed in the program, because as I learn the details of the talks, I think this ordering makes a little more sense as we go through. So first off is going to be Andy Engilis talking about UC Davis Museum of Wildlife and Fish Biology's research program. I will follow with a talk on tricolored blackbird status update. Ed Pandolfino will talk on his work with Lily Douglas on the status of grassland birds in the Central Valley, and Robyn Smith will follow with her work on loggerhead shrikes here in the Central Valley. So without further ado, Andy Engilis is going to begin his presentation. Well, let me introduce Andy. He is the curator of the Museum of Wildlife and Fish Biology at UC Davis, well known to many of us who've attended here. He's a Central Valley native, where he's been birding since age 11. His primary interests are in specimen-based and other research involving bird and mammal distribution, diversity, systematics, ecology, and life history in the US, Central America, Chile, Tanzania, Southeast Asia, Mexico, and New Guinea. So I don't know how he has time to do anything, given all that. But he is here with us today, and Andy is going to proceed with his talk, documenting Avian Diversity in a Forgotten Landscape, the Museum of Fish and of Wildlife and Fish Biology's research programs in the Central Valley. Andy? You've got to unmute, Andy. You're still muted.
There we go. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, Dan. I've been a long time student of birds here in the Central Valley. And although I have worked all around the world, my path as I've gotten older is taking me back to my backyard. And the programs that I'm going to be talking about with the museum are programs that are really launched to try to develop and leave a legacy for the next generation of researchers working with birds in the Sacramento Valley. So I'm going to share my screen, and this is our talk. There we go. So I just want to outline the mission of the Museum of Wildlife and Fish Biology is to support teaching, research, and outreach through the maintenance of a vertebrate collection dedicated to documenting, understanding biogeography, life history of vertebrates. And our museum holds about 65,000 specimens now, and it's one of the largest university museums in California. The research programs that we have in the Sacramento Valley are diverse. They started out in 2005 and around 2000 to 2005 on Pewter Creek, which is right in the backyard of the UC Davis campus. We have a long-term biological monitoring program on the creek. And the Nest Box Highway, which many of you are probably familiar with, started in 2000. We have avian inventories, which started in 2016. Avian occupancy and habitat use studies in the Central Valley started in the 2018. And we now have a project in the Northern California Delta from Sherman Island up to the Cosumnes Preserve. That's relatively new that we've launched just recently. And we've completed some other surveys and assessments and biodiversity work in 3 major areas in the valley: the Yolo Bypass, San Joaquin Valley, and Cosumnes River Preserves. So I'm going to get onto the Pewter Creek Terrestrial Wildlife Monitoring Program and just summarize what we have here. I've got to move this bar here. Okay. The project, the Pewter Creek Terrestrial Wildlife Monitoring Program, began in 2005. And it's in response to the Pewter Creek Water Accord, which guaranteed permanent water flowing down Pewter Creek. And we have funding now all the way through 2027. So this is truly a long-term biomonitoring program. The goals are to evaluate the quality and importance of the Pewter Creek's riparian habitat, to meet information needs of managers and provide recommendations for enhancement, and to establish methodology to monitor riparian communities in the Central Valley. Pewter Creek runs east-west from Lake Berryessa across the valley into the Yolo Bypass. The city of Davis and the campus is here. The city of Winters is here, and our monitoring occurs all along this length of the creek, from Berryessa Dam down to the sink. We do a variety of surveys specifically for birds. We have other groups that we work on too: mammals, bats. We do butterfly surveys and other taxa. We have 60 sites where we do continuous point counts since 2005. So almost 20 full years of data. Transects that we replicate triannually, fall, winter, and spring, that we've been doing since 2005. We did a couple of breeding bird atlases, mile-long specific atlases on the creek. Nest Box Highway has been a continuously monitored productivity, fitness, and looking at long-term changes of birds since 1999. It's one of the longest running projects of its kind in Western North America. And the long-term data sets now are really providing great opportunities for us to resolve and look at the effects of climate and habitat change on the creek. For birds, we have documented 260 species of birds. We have nearly 100,000 observation records in our database, which is obviously very, very rich data set to work from. And we've confirmed now 92 species of breeding or suspected breeding birds on the creek. It's much more diverse than what we thought it was going to be when we started the biomonitoring in 2005. So here's one of those nasty graphs. What I want you to see here, though, very quickly, is the trends that we see ever since the water was turned on the creek. And the trend is obviously upwards, and that's an exciting trend that we're seeing. And this is from a paper that we published in 2018. We'll be updating some of these numbers, but what's really nice is that we're seeing a great community response, and also a response from our nest box species and riparian species to the rewatering of the creek and the habitat restoration that's ongoing. Our Pewter Creek Nest Box Highway is part of this project. We're celebrating our 23rd year. This is a student-run program. We do have a biologist that oversees things. We have 200 nest boxes that we've been monitoring on the creek now for 23 years. And along that stretch, we are looking at primarily 4 species of birds that use those boxes: western bluebird, ash-throated flycatcher, tree swallow, and house wren. And we monitor the boxes. That we have student groups that go out. We have experienced students that take less experienced students out in little groups, and those they go and monitor the boxes weekly from March through July, when we monitor nest creation, eggs and clutch development, brood development. We measure and weigh and band every single bird that the program produces. And since 23 years, students have banded over 14,600 birds on the creek. So that's a really, really tremendous contribution to trying to at least understand some movement patterns, and also a great training opportunity for students to learn how to handle nestling birds, how to band, how to gather data, and how to be basically young scientists. Now our long-term data sets are really starting to manifest some beautiful papers that have been published in a variety of journals, looking at summer versus winter biodiversity on the creek, new nesting records on the creek, looking at the impacts of changing climate and habitat. That's a new paper that's going to be coming out hopefully in the next 6 months or so. And then evaluating the bird response to avian restoration. I also popped in a little paper there that where we're looking at bat assemblages. Also, we've been doing work with bats along the creek. So it's now we're starting to generate papers. Onto the Sacramento Valley avian inventories. This is a project that's near and dear to my heart. We want to establish a 21st century benchmark for avian diversity with voucher specimens, looking for connections between migratory birds and resident birds. We're trying to establish comprehensive tissue collection for Sacramento Valley birds. They're already being used for a lot of conservation and in genomic studies throughout the United States. And we're trying to pay forward biodiversity of this era to future scientists. So our major monitoring areas is this sort of area looking up and down the Sacramento River. But we also are getting specimens from a lot of sources. That's not just work that we're doing. A majority of our specimens are coming from donations from various agencies that accumulate birds during each year. The specimen-based inventory in the Sacramento Valley is something that has never been done before by any scientists. And this was why this is so important to me, as to leave this legacy, which is really just, I don't understand. I know what we're doing now with specimens. I can't really even begin to imagine what scientists are going to be able to do with specimens 50 years from now. The problem we have is we have no specimens from the earlier part of the 1900s or late 1800s, like the other parts of California have, to understand and really clearly understand and diversity and distribution of birds on the valley floor. Joseph Grinnell himself thought that the valley was too altered already by humans, or it was too hard to work in because of the expansive marshes. This is the valley in 1848. And also in that era, there was basically an epidemic of malaria, which was devastating to the people that were in the valley region. So scientists just avoided the Sacramento Valley, and as a result, we don't have good information, historical information from this region. Also, John Emmelin in 1940, who was a professor at UC Davis, noted this as the Sacramento Valley is a large blank area on the ornithological map of California, and yet it is one of the most important Pacific migration routes in the Pacific Flyway. So these were people that were noticing this from the late 1800s up until the mid 1940s, and I really didn't want to be the next ornithologist working in a museum to say we're going to ignore the Sacramento Valley. Our methods include active collecting, mist netting, transect surveys, area searches. We use our best nest box program expansion to other areas, specimen donations, and so forth. So notice that there are a lot of young people involved with this program. So to date, we have over 1,500 specimens, and you can see the distribution by county and the number of species documented by county by specimens. Again, a lot of these are provided by sources that, have been accumulating birds historically, but now we're actually getting them donated to the museum so that we can get them prepared and get them sampled and so forth. And we have over 180 species now documented. And it's taken over 9,500 hours worth of lab, museum, and field time by over 40 staff and students. So it's a very, very large program. We're going to be starting to put out publications next year with this project. Here's just a quick snapshot of a few new specimen records for the Sacramento Valley. Least tern, wood thrush, green-tailed towhee, black-burning warbler, Tennessee warbler. These are all birds that we received from other sources in the Valley. They were given to us, like the black-burning they thought it was a Townsend's warbler. Well, it wasn't a Townsend's warbler. It's from Sacramento County. So we're getting some really cool records, as well as even the common birds are important. We're also doing avian occupancy, and we're using automated autonomous recorder units to put out on the landscape to listen for birds, and then we interpret those. And this is spearheaded by a collaboration between California Fish and Wildlife and UC Berkeley and Davis. We're looking for patterns of distribution and avian response and resilience to the changing landscape in the Central Valley. So this is what the recorders are in little boxes. They're placed out by students or staff of California Fish and Wildlife. And then you get sonograms from that, and those are interpreted and analyzed back in the lab. So here's the placement of recorders that occurred in the Central Valley in 2017 through 2018. And these are some of the maps now that we're starting to generate that show the heterogeneity of bird distributions in relation to habitat in the Great Valley. So this will sort of paint a broad picture for us to be able to look at in the long term. We're now moving the ARU automated recorder unit survey methods to local scale. We have avian occupancy studies at Bird Haven Ranch in Glenn County, and we're going to be starting work at the Cosumnes River Preserve in 2023. Again, training the next generation of conservation biologists is one of the biggest aspects of this program. We engage students at all levels of field work. We have some specific studies. I just want to touch on a few. We have an ash-throated flycatcher breeding biology study that involves many, many students. Not very much is known about ash-throated flycatcher and not published. And so we're gathering a lot of primary data on just simple nesting biology. And we're looking at trends here's a trend of ash-throated flycatcher first egg hatching dates across the 22-year period. Nesting phenology looks like it's declining, but our surveys show that the birds are still fairly numerous on the creek, or at least stable in the creek. So we think they're using more natural cavities versus our boxes. We also have a project that is involving a study on black phoebe, again, another species that's vastly understudied, and we're gathering a lot of primary information about the nesting behavior of black phoebe. We've documented the first cowbird parasitism, unfortunately, on this species, and so we're constantly working on that. We're working up some papers on that right now. And then we have a student, Emma Arriaga, who is funded by the Waldo Holt Scholarship Fund, the club's scholarship fund, who is working up a historic assessment of the Don Penny egg collection. And Don was a state wildlife official who collected eggs back in the 1930s and 40s and 50s. And a lot of them are records from Butte, Colusa, and Sutter County, for which we don't have any records. So she's going to be working up this paper. We're probably going to be seeing this manuscript ready by the end of winter quarter, end of March of 2023. And then we're also doing some historical assessments. We're kind of reconnecting with our history, and we found in our archives several really interesting historical data sets. One was by a high school teacher in Oak Grove, Florence Sumner Henderson, and that paper should be coming out very soon in the Central Valley Central Valley Birds Journal, and we're now working up data from John Emlin, who did annual surveys for 10 years on the UC Davis campus. And the projection, you see the bar graphs, those are his data sets entered into eBird. So we're using eBird as a way to sort of develop temporal and spatial patterns for birds that John worked on in the creek there, or along the campus. In the future, we're seeking funding. We're trying to secure an endowment to support undergraduates and collection care. We're connecting Central Valley vertebrate collections at Chico, Sacramento, Fresno, Stanislaus, and other institutions. We're beginning to publish our work, and we're beginning to develop a stronger ties to the Bird Club and also to other Audubon groups. So I want to thank you all for your time. It compressed a lot of information in a very, very short period of time, but thank you very much for your time this evening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andy, so much. You can go ahead and unshare your screen. I will look to see whether any questions have appeared. One Lisa Perrine asks, notes there seemed to have been a big jump in house wrens numbers on Poudre Creek. Any thoughts as to why?
Well, actually, the numbers are pretty stable, and but it's the result of our nest box program. I'm almost certain of that. I mean, we have at one time house wrens were the most numerous species utilizing our boxes. In the first 10 years, it was the primary species, and then tree swallows sort of took over, and now western bluebirds. And so house wren's the smallest of the 4 species, and their strategy is to get into the nest box early in the season. So they're one of the earliest nesters. But once the ash shortage come in and the western bluebirds start, they'll even eject, take over the territories of house wrens. But we see their numbers pretty stable in the creek, but we also see their use in the boxes declining right now. Yeah,
presumably they're finding other sites naturally. So the nest boxes have probably been a transition into, helping to create a more natural community, right?
Yeah, and the western bluebird is definitely increased dramatically in the region as a result of the box. We now have bluebirds nesting all up and down the creek. And when we first started, they were only up in the inner dam reach of Poudre Creek, and now they're we have boxes in the city of Davis, and we have bluebirds nesting there now. So we're seeing our banded birds. That's probably one of our best return data for banding records is bluebirds, because people see them and they see the band combinations and turn them in. So they're super valuable for us to look at dispersal.
Yeah, and that phenomenon is the same that Ed and Lily and Chris and Tim Manolis have found in Sacramento Valley on the Breeding Bird Atlas, as well as an expansion of bluebirds in particular. I'll just ask one last quick question myself. Have you looked into acquiring waterfowl records from the hunting clubs and from the harvest records from hunting clubs and the Gray Lodge and other refuges in the valley to get more of the historical distribution of water and abundance of waterfowl?
No, we haven't done that. I do have relationships with a few of the hunting clubs, and we've worked on some of their properties. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if they would, how far back they would have those data. So that'd be something that'd be worth looking into, definitely. Yeah. So
when I was in an undergraduate, Starker Leopold used to talk about going up there and hunting and how they kept records of all the birds harvested on that club. Unfortunately, I don't remember the name of it. Okay, well, listen, we better move along. Andy, thank you so much. Great talk. And more importantly, thanks for all the incredible work you're doing. It's really inspiring and daunting to see how much is going on and how much you're helping us learn about the Central Valley. So
yeah, well, this is one of the reasons why I'm not working in New Guinea anymore. I send other people there. So
all right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the next set here. So let me see if I can pull up my own program. I don't think I need to introduce myself any further. I'll just note that I've been here in the Central Valley since 1985. have been conducting research on a variety of species, in addition to tricolored blackbird, including my long-term study on purple martin, for which you can buy a book on our website if you're interested. I've also lately been working on yellow-billed magpies, ospreys, song nesting, box nesting songbirds, anyway, let me carry on here. So today I'm going to give you an update on the status of the tricolored blackbird in California. This is kind of a mashup of 3 different talks, if you will. I'm going to talk first about the results of our breeding, foothill breeding study that we've been conducting since 2014. Then I will talk about some work I've been helping with to evaluate the effectiveness of protection measures in the San Joaquin Valley agricultural colonies. And then finally, I'm going to give you the results of the 2002 statewide survey, which is complete, but for some reason doesn't seem to have been very widely disseminated yet. So let me start with our breeding surveys. As I said, these have been conducted in the Sierra foothills since 2014. This is really a citizen science, or what did we call it? A community science project. That's the proper name now, involving California Audubon, Central Valley Bird Club. 6 different Audubon chapters have been involved in both funding and collecting data. We've had over 40 people involved in collecting data on tricolors, and it's led so far to publishing 11 scientific papers that have included over 20 co-authors. And some of the major contributors over the years are shown here: John Harris, Darren Ross, Ted Beatty, Chris Swarth, names that you all recognize. So thanks to them for their contributions here. So how did we do this? Well, first we selected a study area that essentially was the foothills on the east side of the Central Valley floor, extending primarily from Placer County in the north to Tuolumne County and eastern Stanislaus County in the south. In some years, we moved out as far as Butte County north and Fresno County to the south, but the primary area that we worked in consistently has been this 7-county area. We mapped potential habitat, which we defined roughly, generally, as areas of extensive grassland. We then plotted routes on public roads through this area because most of it is private land. And then we drove those roads and checked past colony sites and new sites that we found every 7 to 14 days over the breeding season in each of these years. And in checking these sites, we recorded numbers, nesting stage, and eventually colony success each year. So this just gives you an idea of what we surveyed. You can see it's not 100% coverage because we're limited by where the roads go. This part of Sacramento County here, assuming you can see my pointer, is all urbanized, so we don't have coverage there. But in general, we've covered about 1/3 of the available habitat, and probably a higher proportion of that is actually occupied, because we get more of the lowland areas where the birds are more numerous. Anyway, here's the results in graphic form. The number of breeding birds. Well, first of all, when you look at the number of breeding birds, it's important to note that this area supports about 40% of the statewide population. So when nesting one time out of the 2 times that they typically nest each year. You can also see here under breeding birds that the numbers have fluctuated, but generally they've stayed relatively stable overall, despite the fact that we've had habitat declines. Another important note is that the 2021 decline that we were very concerned about, we've had a reversal in 2022. The number is back up to the average figure of about 52,000 birds. So that's a bit encouraging. This year we had the fewest number of colonies ever at 22, but as you remember, the number of birds was about average. So the number of breeders per colony, which is used sometimes as an indication of status, was actually the highest it's ever been. Why this happened this way, I really have no idea. Perhaps just chance event, or the way the prey and the habitat were distributed. This graph shows you how the various colonies in red transpose over the different land cover or habitat types. And you can see here that colonies are located primarily in areas dominated by grasslands and croplands, in this case, rice up in the Sutter and Placer County areas. Also note that somewhat unfortunately, many of the colonies are adjacent to urban and growing urban areas. So that's a conservation issue we'll have to deal with. We looked at habitat selection. Where are the birds selecting their colony sites relative to what's available in the environment? So the the tan color bar shows you the proportions of habitats throughout the study area, and the red shows you within 5 miles of colonies, what are the proportions of habitats. So you can see that they're selecting this grassland, pasture, wetland type. They're selecting a cropland, which is primarily, again, rice, oats, and they're selecting, they're selecting seed crops and other croplands like alfalfa, which is limited in our area. But they're avoiding woodland, urban, orchard, vineyard, and large open water areas, not surprisingly. So we wanted to look at how the occurrence varied with the amount of the habitats that we identified as being selected. You know, how does the amount of habitat within a given area determine the likelihood of occupancy? So to do this, we divided the area up into 25,000 acre grid cells, 10,000 hectares, and looked at the amounts of habitat within those areas. And this graph just gives you a summary of what the effects are. So again, this is the probability of a 25,000 acre or 40 square mile area being occupied by tricolored blackbirds. And that probability increases as the proportion of that 25,000 acre area is composed of these higher quality foraging habitats, grasslands, seed crops, pastures. So what it's telling us is several, I think, important things. First of all, the birds are selecting on a, as I move my bar around here so I can read it, that, for example, you can use this graph to say, to have a 50% chance of supporting a tricolored blackbird colony, you need to have roughly 70% of a large area composed of grassland, pasture, and seed crops. So it's telling us that the birds are selecting large areas that have a high proportion of these important habitats. And that's how we need to focus conservation. So I'm going to move to the second portion of the talk and talk about the population conservation program in agricultural lands in the San Joaquin Valley, which I think some of you, or probably most of you, are familiar with. Let me start by talking a little bit about silage crops and the nesting in silage that has occurred in the San Joaquin Valley. So, you know, the historic nesting habitat for tricolored blackbirds is nearly gone in the San Joaquin Valley. Triticale, which is a wheat and rye hybrid, began being grown as dairy silage in the 1980s. And dairy silage is what's fed to dairy cows. The crop is harvested, as you can see here, when the seed head is at a certain milky stage. It's moist, not dry yet. And then it's chopped and stored under these tarps where it ferments. And that makes the carbohydrates available to livestock. The first use of silage was in 1993 by tricolors. and it's created conflicts. So what are these conflicts? Why is it happening? Well, first of all, why do tricolors nest in triticale? Because it's a sturdy, erect plant with protective spiny awns to protect from predation. It's also grown near dairies, and dairies provide an adult food source where adult tricolors can feed on grain that's delivered to the dairy cows. And of course, as I said, there's a lack of an alternative nesting habitat in these areas. So what's the conflict? Well, the conflict is that the timing of tricolor nesting and harvest overlaps. The nests often have young in them at the time when the triticale needs to be harvested in order to be useful for livestock. The value declines rapidly if after the peak desired harvest time. And we were losing basically one reproductive cycle for large numbers of birds nesting in these large colonies in the San Joaquin Valley. So what happened? Well, that led to, or let's talk about the magnitude of those losses. The monitoring has been kind of spotty until recently, but if you look at the records, you can see that we were losing the nesting activity of between 50,000 and 150,000 tricolor blackbirds per year over this extended period of 1994 to 2009. To put that in perspective, this table shows you the statewide population estimate during 4 periods where we've had consistent data. And you can see that the population nesting in silage fields here was between 2/3 and 3/4 of the entire statewide nesting population using silage fields during this early portion of the nesting season. And of those, that statewide population, 25 to 35% of the entire population's reproductive effort was being lost to harvest in silage fields. And this occurred up until 2017, when the population had declined substantially. And I think fewer birds were nesting in silage because they had been discouraged by so much disturbance of their activity. And in 2015, the conservation program went into place, and at that point, basically the harvest stopped. So what we see is that those losses dropped in beginning in 2015. This was accomplished through crop buyouts of the silage from the dairy farmers. If you had a tricolor blackbird colony, they paid you not to harvest it. That program cost $1.9 million spent by state, federal, and Audubon, California. And that's just the amount paid to farmers to offset their losses. It seems like a lot of money, but really not so much in the grand scheme of things. It equates to about $25,000 per colony saved, or $2.37 per nesting bird. How effective were these programs? Well, this graph here shows you 2 time periods when we had good data on the numbers of birds and the numbers that were conserved and lost. So Bob Meese collected these data in 2005 to 2009. We were losing about half of the colonies and about 40% of the reproductive effort in those colonies. Many of the adults escaped, but the reproductive effort was lost. So 50% of colonies, 40% of reproductive effort. You can see from 2015 on, when this program was initiated, our losses dropped considerably to less than 5% of colonies and of reproductive effort lost. So was there a population response would be the next logical question. And we see that there was. This graph shows you the number of birds nesting in silage fields over the time period since the initiation of the program. And what you can see here is the population nesting in silage after the protection began increased by nearly 100,000 birds, particularly between 2017 and 2021. The number of birds nesting in silage at that point exceeded or equaled the total statewide population that was determined in 2017. So this was a major component of the population that was finally allowed to reproduce essentially without disturbance. I'll note here the silage population in 2022, which isn't on this graph, was 155,000. So it dropped off a little bit, but still staying quite high. What are the keys to the success of this program? Well, first of all, good monitoring data. We had the statewide survey to tell us what was happening with the statewide population. Good locational data through surveys determining where were the colonies so that they could be protected, and then documentation of what was lost and what was conserved. Critical was the dedication and cooperation of the dairy industry, which really deserves kudos, as well as the agencies, nonprofits, consultants, and individuals all involved in working together cooperatively to complete this program. The listing of the tricolored blackbird in 2018 was also a big impetus for gaining cooperation amongst the parties. And then finally, federal funding for paying the farmers to buy out these crops was critical. Okay, I'm going to turn now just very quickly to the statewide survey results. A quick refresher on this program. It was begun in the 1980s. The goal is to count the entire population in California every 3 years during the early part of the breeding season when the birds are most concentrated. This is primarily in the San Joaquin Valley. The counts are standardized and were most comparable after 2014. So generally, we look after 2014 and say it gives us the best indication of what was going on. And then I note that the survey was postponed. It was supposed to occur in 2020. We delayed it twice because of the pandemic. And this gives you the results over these last 5 surveys. You can see the dramatic decline between 2008 and 2014, which led to the listing, was largely responsible for the listing of the species in 2018. It took a while to get it in place. We begin to see recovery in 2017, and as you can see, in 2022, the population has rebounded to about 218,000 birds from a low of 144,000. So the population is rebounding. It is just very encouraging, but I do want to note that this population is still rather modest compared to what it was, only 15 years ago. And it's certainly below the target of about 700,000 birds that biologists have set to ensure recovery of the species. So we're moving in the right direction. It's been a very successful program, but it needs to be continued. I think that is the end of mine, and I will now look to see if I have, if there are any questions. Let me check my time here. I think we better move on, but let me see if there's a quick question here. I do not see any. Okay, good. Then we'll just continue. Thank you all. Ed, I believe you are up next. If you will go ahead and come on up. Many of you know Ed Pandolfino. He received a PhD from Washington State University and has served as president of Western Field Ornithologists, vice president of the San Francisco Bay Bird Observatory, and he's on the board of the Institute for Bird Populations and at least until recently on Western Field Ornithologists. I think I read you dropped off, didn't you, Ed?
Yep.
He has co-authored several really important books, The Birds of the Sierra Nevada, and is the lead author of the Sacramento Breeding Bird Atlas, which the club has published, and I encourage all of you to get a copy of. Ed's research covers status, distribution, and conservation of and birdsong of Western birds, with particular emphasis on the Central Valley. Ed's presentation is Continuing Declines of Grassland Birds in California's Central Valley, co-authored with Lily Douglas. Ed.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen here. Okay, I know it isn't working this way for the rest of the audience, but the list of names in the side is blocking about a third of my slide, but I think I can figure it out. And I think everybody else is seeing the full screen, and Jen or Dan will let me know if that's not the case. We've had a lot of kind of bad news in these other presentations about declines in birds. And unfortunately, I'm not going to give you any relief, because I'm going to talk about grassland birds. And that has just, there aren't many uplifting stories. There aren't many, every bird lived happily ever after when it comes to grassland birds. But there at least maybe a couple of rays of hope, and at least one outlier in this group. And before I do anything else, I want to acknowledge the fact that the work that we did here, both Colleen Handel and I and Lily and I, couldn't have been done without the Christmas bird count and all the compilers and the participants who worked so hard to gather those data. So let's talk about grassland bird trends. And those of you who were here for Scott's presentation, he'll save me a couple of slides, because he talked about the fact that grassland birds are in more widespread, significant, and long-term declines than any other habitat group. And that's been true for a long time. It's just been verified again, and you saw actually some graphics in his presentation from this publication, State of the Birds, which was just published a couple of years ago. And it showed that the magnitude of the decline is higher for grassland birds. Basically, we've lost over that 50-year period half of all the grassland birds in North America. And also a larger proportion of grassland birds have declined than any other habitat group. 3/4 of all the grassland species are in decline. Now, those data are all based on the breeding season, but the same thing is certainly happening to the wintering birds. And the winter season is just as important, arguably, as the breeding season. And one example is that Colleen Handel and I, a few years ago, published a study where we looked at about 35 years of Christmas bird count data from the Central Valley to look at trends in all of the grassland wintering birds. And we looked at 100 different species, and then we take a look at the results and kind of place those birds into habitat guilds. And this is the study area. You can see that these are the 17 Christmas bird counts we use for those data, and that Lily and I also use for what I'm going to show you in a few minutes. And you can see that Christmas bird counts do a pretty good job of sensing much of the Central Valley. So it does give us, I think, some pretty reliable data when you look at a lot of counts in a long period of time. And we looked at 112 different species looking for trends. And what we found was, and again, this is going to kind of reiterate something that Scott talked about earlier, birds associated with wetlands and also birds associated with riparian areas were generally increased. In other words, there were more increases than decreases, than quite a few significant increases. And that probably reflects very directly because over the last few decades, there's been a lot of focus on protecting and preserving and even restoring wetlands and doing a better job of protecting riparian areas. Same was not true of grassland birds. We found more significant declines among grassland birds than any other habitat group. The same thing that we've seen across North America from breeding data as well. So these birds as a group are definitely in trouble. And these are 6 species that I'm going to talk more about, for which we found significant, statistically significant declines over this 35-year period in the Central Valley. Lily and I chose to take a look at what has happened since then, because our last result was 2014 for that study. We've had several more years since then. So the question we asked was, what's happened since then? Has these trends continued? Have they gotten worse? Have they gotten better? What sort of changes have we seen? And we decided to also put this in the context of losses in grassland habitat. Historically, grassland habitat has been lost throughout California, throughout the country, really, but particularly rapid loss in California, as grasslands have been lost primarily to conversion to forms of agriculture that are inappropriate for grassland birds, vineyards and orchards in particular, and also to development. Grassland has sort of been the place where it was easiest to do those conversions and easiest to do development. So that's where a lot of the loss has been concentrated. And we saw the same thing in the Sacramento Breeding Bird Atlas. So the first question to ask is kind of a so what question. So the Central Valley, all these species that I just showed you that are declining are widespread. They winter across a lot of North America. Is what's happening to them in the Central Valley in winter really all that important? And at least for some of these species, I'd argue that yes, it very much so. So what I'm going to show you is this graph, and let me explain a little bit. This is an assessment of average abundance on Christmas bird counts across all of North America, the 2,000 plus Christmas bird counts that are done every winter. The blue bar represents looking at all Christmas bird counts. The orange bars represent the average abundance only in the counts that are in the primary range, the core range of that species, because that's a little more fair comparison. The green bars show the average abundance on the 17 Central Valley Christmas bird counts. So what you can see here is that for each of these four species, the Central Valley represents a disproportionate area of abundance compared to other areas, even areas within the core range of each of those species. Twice as abundant American pipits anywhere else. Western meadowlarks about 4 times as abundant as in the other parts of their core range. In fact, nearly a quarter of every Western meadowlark that's counted in all of North America is counted on a Central Valley count. So we really represent a critical area. And if you look more finely at different regions of grasslands in the winter, what you find is that the Central Valley and the coastal grasslands in Texas are really by far the two most important areas for grassland birds and raptors as well. So the Central Valley is particularly important. And obviously, no matter what's happening on the breeding grounds, if a bird can't survive the winter, they're not going to be able to go back and breed. So I'm going to go through these species one at a time, and I'm going to show a graph with each one. So the American kestrel, and what I want to look at each one of these, is you're going to see this again and again for each species. All these data points show the abundance trend over the last 35, or like now up to 40 years. And everything up to these last 6 dots were all data that Colleen Handel and I used for that publication. The additional 6 years is to show you how these birds have responded since then. And the dotted line is just the long-term trend line. So the question we asked in each case for each of these species is, are we seeing more years above that trend line or below that trend line? Is the trend continuing, getting better or worse? So for the kestrel, we've got, well, of the 6 years, 3 were actually came in above the trend line, but 3 came in at or below. So I would argue it doesn't look like there's been any change in that trend. It's still heading the wrong direction. American pipit. Now keep in mind, the American pipit is the one species that does not breed in the Central Valley at all, and doesn't really breed in grasslands. They breed in alpine tundra and Arctic tundra. But they do use grasslands and open areas primarily in the winter. And again, we see long-term trends in decline. And these last 6 years, again, it's a mixed bag, 3 above and essentially 3 years below the trend line. No real indication either way, but certainly no clear signs of rebound. Lark sparrow, one of my very favorite, especially because of their song. Here again, it's a bit of a mixed result. We've got 3 of those points actually on the long-term trend line, a couple above, 1 below, but again, no real change that we can see. But again, nothing to really be excited about in terms of the trend turning itself around. They're still continuing to decline. Now we'll talk about a couple species that show at least some indications of instead of staying the same or getting worse, that or better, that the trend might even be getting worse. And one of those is Western Meadowlark, as I said, Central Valley, particularly important for Western Meadowlarks. So this is what it looks like. And unfortunately, this has blocked my view here, but can't get it out of my way. So Western Meadowlark, what we're seeing is that really most of the years, the additional 6 years have been below that long-term trend line. So possibly even getting worse, or at least definitely not getting any better. Horned lark, this is one where I think we have a pretty good indication that things may actually be even getting worse for these birds. So here we have 6 years, and one of the years is on the trend line, but 4 of the years are below, 1 just above. So if anything, things might be getting a little worse for the horned lark, which obviously is an issue. You can see how steeply that's declined. And the other species that shows signs of maybe even getting worse is Loggerhead Shrike. And Robyn's going to talk more about Loggerhead Shrike. So this is a scary curve. A lot of things that are scary. And these trends that I'm showing you are pretty much happening throughout the ranges of all these birds, breeding season or winter. But you can see the Shrike, really all 6 of those years are below the trend line. So here again is a very scary negative trend. And if anything, it might be even getting worse for this bird. And this is one species, well, I should point this out, important. Each of these other species that I've talked about, the ones that do breed in the Central Valley, the number of birds that breed is a small fraction of the ones that winter. So our meadowlarks and lark sparrows and others, the birds that stay and breed, or the birds that come here to breed, are a much smaller number than the ones that come to winter. This valley is mainly a winter hangout for most of those birds. The one bird that probably breeds, maybe even the same individuals likely breed in the Central Valley and winter here as well, Loggerhead Shrike. So it's interesting to look at what's happening in the breeding season. And we have some very current data from the recent Sacramento County Breeding Bird Atlas. And in this atlas, for those of you who haven't seen it, we compared results of a new atlas done from 2010 to 2014 to a Sacramento County Bird Atlas that was done back in the late 80s and early 90s, run by Tim Manolis, and contributions from a lot of the people that I think are probably in the audience right now. And this is really depressing. So as you can see, as recently as 25, 30 years ago, Loggerhead Shrikes were breeding all over the county. In pretty much any patch of reasonable habitat. And now they are almost gone. I know from my own experience in trying to collect data for the Breeding Bird Atlas, there were 2 or 3 days I spent the entire day in perfect Loggerhead Shrike habitat, areas that should have had shrikes, and didn't see a single shrike. So this bird is definitely in trouble. So listen carefully to what Robyn has to say in her following presentation. Now, the one outlier here, the one bird that is bucking the trend, is Say's Phoebe. Say's Phoebe was the only pure grassland bird that we found in the study that Colleen Handel and I did that was actually on the increase, and really very significant increase. You can see that trend. Maybe this is because this is one of the only bird in that group that are actually obligate insectivores. And we know that winters in the Central Valley are getting warmer, so maybe there are more insects, and so they're doing well. But this bird is actually doing well as a breeder over all of its range as well. And you can see, looking at these most recent 6 years, that we got 1 year below, but we've got 4 years really in 1 year well above the long-term trend line. So they're increasing and showing no signs of slowing down an increase. And as some of you may know, just in the last few years, they've started to actually breed in the Central Valley. Yolo County, Sacramento County, Placer County, and each year it seems like we find a few more of these birds breeding, which is pretty much unprecedented. So these birds are not only spending the winter, but some of them are staying to breed. And again, doing well. Not exactly sure why. A couple of things, as I said, they're insectivores, and the warmer winters might help. As far as breeding, they're a bird that likes actually takes advantage of human structures for their nests, kind of like black phoebes do. And most of the places, in fact, all the places where they turned up as breeders in the Central Valley have been areas of development adjacent to open country. So it's kind of perfect habitat if you're a Say's phoebe. Now, we also wanted to compare to the changes in grassland habitat in these same circles. So comparing even over this short period, 1992 to 2019, because 1992 is the earliest date where we had some good land cover data to compare, you can see that the grassland loss has been considerable. Almost half of the Central Valley grassland in those count circles has been lost just in that period of time. But you can see of the birds that are declining, the rates of decline are even greater. So it's not just purely losing habitat, but it has a multiplying effect, partly maybe because these birds need large areas. And even though you may not losing absolute numbers of acres, you're now cutting things up into smaller and smaller pieces. But there's probably other factors as well, possibly pesticides having direct or indirect effects, but clearly there's habitat loss and there are other things as well that are contributing to these losses, because they definitely exceed the grassland. And this is true maybe even more so across all of North America, because if you look at the change in grassland over this period across all of North America, it's about a 35% loss of grassland, but a similar 50+% loss of grassland birds. So again, it's something where losing grasslands is a problem, but it's really exaggerated beyond the pure loss of grasslands. All right, so conclusions. So the trends that we observed earlier appear to be continuing for at least 6 additional years. Those trends remain similar or maybe even getting worse for the shrike and maybe the horned lark, possibly others. Central Valley is particularly important for kestrels, lark sparrows, western meadowlarks, American pipits, and as well as off the topic a little bit, as well as for a number of wintering raptors. And these declines appear to exceed the loss of grasslands, indicating that, again, there's something more going on. Got a couple more minutes, so I'm trying to give a little bit of an upside here, and I'll kind of address an answer to one of the questions that Scott was unable to answer, which is, are there organizations that are working to kind of help preserve or even restore some of these grasslands? And I can speak strictly to the Central Valley because it's a very different story than in the prairies of central North America. So what can we do as individuals? Well, the background to realize is that Central Valley grasslands have little or no regulatory protection. The only real listed species tend to be vernal pool species, and in particular when there's mitigation for those vernal pool species, it's done at a tiny scale, especially when we're mitigating project by project. So you can protect the wetted acres in a tiny little preserve that may have no real benefit to grassland birds that need large areas. A little more hope comes from some of these large scale conservation plans, habitat conservation plans, and natural community conservation plans that are being implemented kind of county by county throughout much of the state. And this at least gives an opportunity to preserve things at a larger scale instead of just mitigating project by project. For the most part, the ones that have been done have not done much to address grassland as such. One exception is the recently approved Placer County Habitat Conservation Plan, which actually preserves grassland, whether it has vernal pools or not, at a 1-to-1 scale, and also requires that those preserves be at least 200 acres in size. So those are two critical things, and to the extent we can get those kind of requirements into additional HCPs, we'll have a chance to at least slow down the loss of these grasslands, which is considerable. One thing that you have to recognize, no matter how you may feel about eating meat, but in California in particular, these grasslands are only going to continue to be functional habitat for these birds to the extent that cattle ranching remains an economically viable activity. It's just a fact. We can't preserve all of these. No organization, no amount of money is going to be there to buy all of these and protect them. So the best thing we can do is try to do what we can to keep cattle ranching viable, which is why I think some of you may have seen a presentation I did several years ago that the title was Why Birders Need to Drink Less Wine and Eat More Beef. But that was when orchards were the big problem. Vineyards were the big problem. Now orchards are an even bigger problem. So on a practical basis, who's really working on this? Well, there are some land trusts, in particular in California, the California Rangeland Trust. And this is involved in trying to keep cattle ranchers ranching. There's a lot of economic incentive for cattle ranchers to convert to other forms of crop or to sell their land for development. And the land trust uses their money and leverages that money in order to get some permanent protection that allows the rancher to get a little bit of cash and in return an agreement to keep that as cattle ranch and keep it as functional grassland long term. So that's all I have at this point. I wish I had more positive things to say, but it is, at least as we heard from Scott and most of the presentations today, a call for action is required, and everything we can do to try to influence the political process is going to be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. The questions that I posed, you answered, which is what a good presentation
There we go.
does. I do want to note that Andy mentioned that one of his articles will be coming out in the next issue of Central Valley Birds, which should be going to Frances as soon as she gets back from Antarctica. Ed also has this topic scheduled for the next issue as well. And two of the Tricolored Blackbird articles that I've been involved with are scheduled to be published in Western Birds early next year. There was one question Ed asked, I guess it's from John. Is there enough data to determine the decline of the Affinis subspecies of Vesper sparrow, which winters principally around the fringes of the Central
No,
Valley?
just not enough data. It's a really rare species, a relatively rare species, and only in certain areas. So when when Colleen and I did our original study, we had to choose species that had a minimum abundance because the Christmas cow data is just not useful for unusual species, and especially for ones that people really work hard to find a few of. So you don't get good data from species like that. So I'm afraid that we're not going to know much about that.
There was one comment in the chat about an unnamed person who might shudder at the idea of drinking less wine. So I will just offer that drinking more beer, which requires grain, could be beneficial for tricolored blackbirds. The diversity of especially oat beer could be beneficial. So if you can't cut out the alcohol altogether, maybe you can switch from wine to beer.
Hey,
Any
Dan?
other? Yeah.
Dan, this is Andy. I had a quick question for Ed about the grassland birds. When you looked at the Christmas counts, I'm assuming you're just looking at the number of pipits that are found in that circle during each year, but how are you accounting for the pipits and other birds that use grasslands relaxing their habitat requirements and being in ag fields and in parks and so forth as part of, grasslands, I don't know if that's a term that's encompassing all of the open space in the circle, or are you somehow quantifying how much grassland is in each circle?
Yeah, no, that we use grassland broadly. So we're including a lot of habitats that in the winter serve as grassland. So a lot of those crop areas, particularly, hay, obviously irrigated pasture, even some of the things like alfalfa that's mowed several times a year, any kind of open, low vegetation habitat in the winter, we count it as grassland. So yeah, there's a lot of these species that make often greater use of some of those habitats than they do of pure grassland. So that's correct. It's a very broad definition. If we have a minute, I have a question for Andy that I wasn't able to answer because the panelists weren't allowed to post questions on the question in the Q&A. Just a quick one, Andy. Since you've got all these color-banded house wrens, I've always wondered whether the house wrens that breed in these riparian areas are the same individuals that winter, or if they're essentially replaced by a whole bunch of individuals. So I don't know if you're collecting a lot of data from winter encounters, but do you have any indication that those breeders are resident rather than migrants?
Well, that's a really great question, Ed. We don't see a lot of band recovery, observations in the winter, and we have done some in the past. We did some winter mosey banding stations, and on top of our productivity maps study areas. And like, for example, all of the spotted towhees and house wrens that we banded at those map stations, when we went back and banded, opened those nets up in the fall and winter, we didn't catch a single bird that we banded in the breeding season. Yeah. So there is definitely, we think of birds as resident, but I think we're seeing there's a lot of turnover of species. So the species may be year-round present, but not the same individuals. No, I definitely am seeing that.
Interesting. All right, very good. Well, let's move on to Robyn. Robyn said her presentation might be a little bit shorter, and I'm not holding you to that necessarily, Robyn, but if so, we'll have more time for questions for any of the panelists. So feel free to put those into the Q&A or the chat, and we'll see how much time we have left to do that. Robyn, why don't you go ahead? I will introduce you, except I lost my paper. Here we go. So we're really pleased to have Robyn here speaking to us as a newcomer. She's a wildlife biologist and birder who received her BS at UC Davis. And she worked as I think Alan noted yesterday at the Golden Gate Raptor Observatory and also at Point Blue for her master's degree in ecology at at Utah State University. She studied the impacts of non-native frog species on Hawaiian bird communities. I want to talk on that one, Robyn. She currently works at J&A Consulting, working mainly with sensitive Sierra Nevada species, and she's an active member of the Sacramento Shasta chapter of the Wildlife Society. So Robyn, I'll let you proceed with your talk on loggerhead shrike nesting habitat in the Central Valley.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dan, for that lovely introduction. It's great to be here as a newcomer, and I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about the preliminary work we did this year investigating loggerhead shrike nesting habitat in the Central Valley. Just to touch on what Scott Weidensaul said earlier, and also what Dan shared in his presentation, it's really important to understand the biology of the species in order to further conservation. And Ed just shared with us the precipitous decline of loggerhead shrikes in the Central Valley. And so I feel doubly motivated to get volunteers on the ground collecting more detailed information for this species, because compared to a lot of other species, some of the details of their nesting is not well published, at least. So just briefly to give a background to this study, I was approached by Marshall Gorham at the Sacramento Valley Conservancy, who managed the Deer Creek Hills Preserve. If you haven't been out there, it's a beautiful place to see grassland and oak woodland birds. And considering the decline of those habitats in Sacramento County, it's a wonderful gem to have that preserve here in our county. And the fieldwork was conducted by my friend Angie Hawes and Marshall Lisa Cooper, who's a docent at Deer Creek Preserve, and Chris Kennard also helped out on the survey. And Dan and Ed provided virtual comments and assistance as well. Anyway, I'll just give a brief outline of my talk. I don't need to spend too much time on some of these things because you all are aware of loggerhead shrike biology more than the average audience, I'm sure, as a birding community. But it's always fun to share a little bit of bird trivia, so we'll go through this. So loggerhead shrikes, they are in the family Leniidae, which has about 34 species worldwide. And in California, they're one of 2 shrike species that regularly occur within our borders. The other being the northern shrike, which is only present here as a rare eruptive winter visitor. So loggerhead shrikes are pretty unique in being the only regular representative of their family in California. They are found here year-round, as Ed said. They both breed and winter in the Central Valley, but they're also present on the Eastern Sierra in shrub steppe habitats along the coast, in coastal scrub and interior grasslands and woodlands, and they're also associated with riparian areas. Compared to some of our other songbirds, loggerhead shrikes have pretty large territories and requirements for their breeding territories, which is probably why the fragmentation of the grasslands poses such a threat to them, because while birds that have smaller requirements might be able to persist in this fragmented landscape, it may not be possible for loggerhead shrikes. And one study from 1994 in Florida found that when they increased the number of artificial foraging perches in the territories were able to constrict and pack more in on a preserve. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And just to share some fun pictures from our study, loggerhead shrikes are known for being unique among kind of more raptorial birds, in that they spear their prey on thorny shrubs, or more commonly in the Central Valley on barbed wire. And we came across a Lincoln sparrow that had been expertly speared through the eye. So I wanted to share that photo with everybody. They mostly feed on large insects, but they can also eat reptiles, frogs, small mammals, other birds. If they can get it, they'll grab it. And it's amazing the size of the prey items relative to the weight of the birds. So moving on, as part of this study, when I was approached by Marshall to help out on site, I was curious, because I haven't studied this species extensively, is what is known about shrike nesting habitat in California. So kind of the first part of this was going through the literature to find out what was known. So most of the information, if you weren't already aware, loggerhead shrikes are a California bird species of special concern. There's a wonderful species description in the Shuford and Gardali 2005, and the section was written by my former coworker, Diana Humple at Point Blue. It's a really great synopsis of what's known throughout the state. Most shrike nests reported in that literature review are about 1 to 3 meters off of the ground in shrubs or small trees. They've been reported in juniper woodland, oak woodland chaparral, desert scrub in the southern San Joaquin Valley seems to be pretty important. But the section on loggerhead shrike nesting in the Central Valley was very brief. I think it was 2 sentences or so, and it said that they were mostly used riparian scrub, and it cited a study by Sauer. And I thought that was kind of interesting to kind of go back to what Andy was saying, is that we have all this wealth of information about other parts of the state that are maybe more exciting to survey. And yet here we have the Central Valley, so important to breeding and wintering birds, and there's not as much information. There was a really interesting paper that came out recently that I hope you get a chance to read. It's by Smallwood and Smallwood, and it was a systematic survey of loggerhead shrike territories in the Altamont Pass wind area. And what they found from their study is the shrikes were mostly nesting in red willow and eucalyptus trees. And to give you a sense of the habitat, here's a representative nest site in an elderberry shrub. Here you see them nesting in clumps of vegetation within a grassland matrix. And interestingly, in that study, they found them to be tightly associated with California ground squirrel colonies. And the thought there was maybe the ground squirrels provide some kind of predator defense, since the shrikes are more nesting in these open areas. And they also could be stirring up insect prey for the shrikes. So I won't spend too much time on this, because you got a much better description with more stats and data from Ed. But loggerhead shrikes in the Central Valley and in the state of California in general have been declining since the 1960s. And some of the threats that were identified in the species of special concern account could be pesticide use, the loss of grassland and riparian habitats throughout the state, changing agricultural practices, which Ed already touched on, where you see the conversion of that open pasture and ranch land to vineyards and orchards that don't provide habitat for the species. And there's also some data in the Eastern Sierra that cheatgrass introduction, changing fire dynamics, and more frequent burns and removal of shrubland habitat could also be a potential effect. And then I'm sure many of you are already aware of this study, but Ed also had some data showing that loggerhead shrike declines in breeding bird survey counts had declined after the West Nile virus. So disease could also be a factor for this species. So with that all being said, let's move on to the Deer Creek Hills Preserve study. And I just want to say this is really a preliminary data set. You know, it was just a kind of a scoping reconnaissance survey for this year. And I'm hoping that we can gather more volunteers and have an effort and establish more long-term monitoring of shrikes, because like Dan was saying earlier, like being able to identify that nesting silage habitat for tricolors was a really significant find, because they wouldn't have been able to preserve that habitat and work with the landowners if the information wasn't known. It's not enough to record the declines, it's important to find out why. And as part of that, we're really interested in characterizing that nesting habitat in the Central Valley beyond the one paragraph that's in the Species of Conservation Concern account. So Sacramento Valley Conservancy, this is a map of the property, is kind of divided into 3 areas. The western portion of the preserve is much more of that blue oak woodland, and then farther east there in their allotments, it's more open grassland pasture. And they also have a pond that is a tricolored blackbird breeding site. So the Deer Creek Hills Preserve received a grant from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology to conduct more monitoring with an eye towards potential habitat restoration for 3 species on site, including the loggerhead shrike. And that's the part of the survey that I was involved in. So for our methods, these gray circles represent historic wintering records that were known from the preserve. And the question we had was, number 1, are there loggerhead shrikes breeding on the preserve? And number 2, which portions of the preserve would they be using for nesting? And it was, you know, so difficult to go out there and watch birds and look for shrikes all day. It's absolutely beautiful. If you haven't been out there before, the preserve is managed as a grazing cattle allotment, and it's only open to the public on weekends. And if you can get in on one of those docent tours led by Lisa Cooper, do it. She's amazing. She can find everything out there and knows the history of all the nesting birds on site. So here is kind of our preliminary survey results. We found 3 suspected shrike territories located with these blue circles. Green points were shrike observations, and then the red stars are confirmed nesting locations. I unfortunately didn't get to see any of the nests because I was only on the preserve during the earlier part of the study when the shrikes were more secretive. But then later in the year, towards May, it started being more active. And I believe this is the nest that had the fledglings recorded. So question number 1, are loggerhead shrikes breeding on the preserve? The answer is yes. Question number 2, where were they nesting? So the thing that I found interesting, and that's kind of in contrast to the literature and what was found in the Smallwood and Smallwood study, is that the shrikes were nesting kind of in the upper canopy of these blue oak trees in mistletoe clumps. And I had kind of, before we went out, created a search image, like they're going to be in the shrubs and they're going to be lower to the ground. And I was really looking at this button willow bush, and then here the shrikes are nesting in the tops of the trees. So it's a good reminder to always question your assumptions when you go in the field. The birds could be doing something different than you thought they were doing or had previously been published. And so these nesting locations, it's maybe a little hard to see in the picture, but what I thought was interesting is that both of them, this one's really clear, were on the woodland edge of a grassland. And here there's another open patch of grassland by the Oxbow Pond on the preserve. and that they were in these oak trees and near a barbed wire fence line. So compared to like coastal chaparral or more in the foothills where there's a lot of thorny shrubs, barbed wire might be the only potential larder location at the preserve. And then other local nesting observations, we all got kind of excited after this study, and there is an email chain recording nest observations. Marshall found one in a rose bush on their Elder Creek Preserve, again along the barbed wire fence line. Dan Airola found one along Rock Creek Road, again in a blue oak tree and a fence line. And then I don't have a picture of it, but Chris Kennard documented a shrike pair nesting in a tumbleweed that had blown against a fence, and they successfully raised and fledged young at the Bufferlands Preserve. So they are perhaps a bit enterprising when it comes to picking their nest locations. So those are our kind of preliminary results, but I'd like to take a second to talk about like future goals and next steps that I envision for this species. So again, not to harp on the declines of these species, but they currently are a species of special concern, which means they are considered during a lot of CEQA analysis, but the species of special concern designation doesn't really mean that much in terms of like concerted conservation efforts. And we know that they're declining, especially with ED's data that we just presented. And information is the key to conservation. If we don't know where they're nesting in the Central Valley, it'll be really hard to protect them and to develop protection measures, and the type of information that's included in potential listing in under CISA is they're pretty stringent requirements for what kinds of information they want to see to support your assertion that they've declined, and also to inform potential management decisions. So I would love to reach out to this group, and if you're out and you're birding and you observe loggerhead shrike nesting activity, please report it to us, and of course report it to eBird, but we would love to gather observations as well. Please take a nesting location, and if you can provide information on nest substrate, nest height, and of course the number of adults and young observed. And then I didn't add it to this list, but I think it's important. The surrounding land use matrix would be really interesting, like Ed was saying earlier, that would be interesting data to collect. And then real quick, since I'm on the scholarship committee chair for the Wildlife Society, and I'll just plug it, we have scholarship funding available for potential research projects. So if anyone would like to take it on more specifically, please contact me. But it would be wonderful to link the potential threats more specifically to the declines and really understand what is driving it. So with that, I'll leave this here. Please take a screenshot. If you're interested, please feel free to reach out to me. And then here's more information on Sac Shasta and the Sac Valley Conservancy.
Robyn, thank you so much. That was really great and really important work. And I think work that, you know, our group could really help with. We are kind of butting up against the time. And I know we have a break here. I'm going to just look real quickly and see if there are questions. If others want to take off, or if Jen wants to cut us off, I guess she could do so. But let's just give it
until 6:45. So
okay. So we have a few minutes at least.
Well, actually, no, the next one starts at 6:45. So maybe a couple questions.
Okay. All right. Pat Bacchetti asked, what's the current prevalence of West Nile virus? I know Ed probably knows some of that. I know some of that. Robyn, do you want to, I don't know how much research you've done on it.
I think that would be a better question for Ed. I haven't seen as much research other than that initial wave really hitting, but it would be interesting to correlate that to some of the breeding bird survey information.
Yeah, I think I unmuted, so I think folks can hear me. Yeah, I've been following that really ever since the 2005. And West Nile has not gone away. It comes and goes from year to year, varies greatly, and it's still being tracked pretty well. So you can get pretty good data. And I actually published a follow-up paper looking at Shrike and yellow-billed magpies, showing that it looks like every time West Nile spikes, those two species go back into decline. Some of the other species that were originally affected, like some raptors and some corvids, they appear to be relatively immune. So those little fluctuations in West Nile don't seem to have any measurable impact on their abundance, but shrikes and magpies continue to dip with pretty much every rebound of the virus.
I'll just make, I agree, Ed. The only other comment I would make is that in my magpie studies, I'm not finding evidence of decline, that for whatever reason, we have certain areas that seem to not have a lot of prevalence of West Nile virus. And it may be due to the fact that they're in urban areas with mosquito control efforts more intensive. We're not really sure why. One other thing I'll just note is that there really has not been much sampling of birds for West Nile and for antibodies to West Nile since 2008. And that's another study subject that somebody should be looking at, is which birds have and which birds haven't developed resistance. But based on the population data that Ed has summarized, it suggests these two species are ones that have not. Andy, I think, had a question about cowbird parasitism of shrikes. Does anybody know anything about that? I do not.
We didn't observe that at the nests at Deer Creek Preserve. But I mean, the shrikes, at least it seems to me, they're pretty vigilant around the nest site. And some other studies have shown a negative association between scrub jays and shrikes, which is kind of interesting. And it's something I wanted to talk to the team about. I think in Florida, they found that, you know, even though there might be like appropriate shrublands on the urban interface that the shrikes could use for nesting and then go out into the grasslands, because there's a higher prevalence of scrub jays, they would avoid those areas, even though it represented potential nesting habitat. And I mean, there were both scrub jays and loggerhead shrikes at the Deer Creek Hills Preserve, but I don't know, it would be interesting studying those kind of species associations in more detail.
I agree, Robyn. There is a paper that was published before my time in Central Valley, the Central Valley Bird Club Bulletin by Steve Hampton, and I've forgotten his co-author's name, but they suggested that negative association, that they were finding shrikes in areas where the shrub density wasn't high enough to support scrub jays. And I think that's something that needs to be tested, and it looks like the Deer Creek Hills data are your locations would seem to be typical of what we would find scrub jays in. So it's interesting that they may be co-occurring. Okay, any last question? Anybody? I don't see anything in here. Andy, Ed, anything you guys want to say before we send everybody off?
Nope. Thanks for hanging around, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for hanging around. And if you have any questions, you can reach me at UC Davis. Just go to we have a website, a museum website, if you're interested in learning a little bit more about the museum's research programs, both in California, nationally, internationally. We have a great website that spells out what we're doing, and just Google MWFB, and it'll take you right to that site.
All righty. Well, I want to thank all the presenters. You don't, if you haven't done one of these, you don't know how much work it is to put these together. And so I really appreciate you all taking the time to help educate our members and inform them. And also for all the members that stayed here throughout the entire presentation. We had 100 people listening. So you presenters got your word out as well. And I thank you all for for hanging in there with us. David, do you have any last minute words?
No, I
of
just want to say
wisdom for us?
thanks, Dan. I thank you, Dan, for you and establishing, this wonderful panel. A lot of work on all of your guys' parts. So thank you. We appreciate all the work that you do every year for this part of the event. Thank you.
All right.
So we're going to take about a 10-minute break here. Jon and Lara are going to come on at 6:45. So that'll be just in about 8 minutes. And so we will tune off for now and come back and listen for Jon and Lara's presentation on shorebirds. Thank you. One of the traditions of the Central Valley Birding Symposium is on the last day, which has traditionally been Sunday late morning, we end with Jon Dunn, and on this virtual event, we're doing the same. I don't think you really need any introduction on Jon. Jon was, of course, present yesterday on the Bird ID panel, but Jon, his involvement in North American ornithology has been extensive. He is an author of many publications. The one that he's most known for is all 7 editions of the National Geographic Birds of North America. He has authored the Peterson Guide to Warblers with his dear friend Kimball Garrett, and the two of them did that amazing piece, the book on the status and distribution of the birds of Southern California, and many other things. So, accomplished author. He has been a long-time trip leader for Wings, the bird tour company. He has been a long-time member of the AOS and the taxonomy section, I think since the year 2000. I think he even gave a talk on that a little bit. But at least locally here, Jon has been present with the Central Valley Bird Club and the Symposium, I think, since day one. And like many of the presenters and supporters of this event, he is extremely outspoken on how much he likes this event, likes the club. Jon is probably one of our biggest outreach people for this event. No matter where he goes, he often has a sweatshirt or a t-shirt on that is the Central Valley Birding Symposium, and he plays this event up a lot. Jon is the recent president of the Western Field Ornithologists, and Jon and I like to talk about this, Jon Dunn and I like to talk about how similar these days these two organizations are, the Western Field Ornithologists and the Central Valley Bird Club. And that to me just really speaks well of our organization, because when Tim Manolis, myself, and others first got this club going and the symposium, we modeled it a lot after the Western Field Ornithologists. And the fact that now there seems to be a lot of carryover and a lot of similarities between the organizations, and the fact that Jon Dunn in particular likes to play that up is, I think, very, very dear and meaningful. So we're going to have them go on. And is it just me? Okay, Jon and Lara, are you guys there?
There I am.
Oh. And then Lara has been with Jon helping with programming. And Lara, I've yet to meet you. I did not make it to the Western Field Ornithologist Convention in Reno. I guess if I went, I could have met you and your family, but I only continue to hear just wonderful things about you. We're very fortunate again to have you helping us out, assisting Jon with the whole shorebird thing. And I know that you have yourself a very big interest in shorebirds. So at this point, I'm just going to turn it over to the two of you. Thank you, Jon and Lara.
Hi, it's nice to be here. It's a pleasure, David, always to be involved in this event. And it's really quite an honor to finish the events. I don't blame you if you've already checked out, or if hopefully you're all having beer now. You've, as in the movie Sideways, the Merlot has been disposed of as a conservation measure. And just before, the next few days, we're getting ready for Thanksgiving. And Laura's towards the end is modeled. She does all of the arranging of the slides and picks out a motif, which is always appropriate. To be honest, I wouldn't be doing these PowerPoints without Laura's help. We're colleagues. We work on these programs together, and we've had a working relationship for quite a long time. Laura's favorite birds are Calidris sandpipers, the peeps and larger peeps. She did a lot of studying and research, including a publication in a peer-reviewed journal, which for the group, she competed in a statewide contest and got third place as a student for her study on Western bluebird eggshell consumption in a controlled experiment. But I just want to say that I have a lot to be thankful for. I've been fascinating with programs. I am so pleased that all of the research that's been done, and not only that, but it's been put into publications, either in the Bulletin or Western Birds or elsewhere. And peer-reviewed publications is really what it's all about, because that carries weight in conservation decisions. I think all of us would say that the phrase alternative facts is not acceptable. We have real facts. It's then a question of how we can modify our behavior for conservation concerns, whether it's too expensive or not are all determiners. But I've been very pleased in what I've heard, whether it's in the crops and compensation, so tricolored blackbirds can nest, or land use, the story of the Amur falcons, that presented with real facts, there can be real favorable conservation action. The spoon-billed sandpiper is one such case where many ornithologists throughout the world and conservationists are doing all they can to save a species. Ideally, we want to engage before that happens, where it becomes critically endangered. I asked about the Aphanus vesper sparrow. It's the English name, the Oregon vesper sparrow, which seems to be in sharp decline. It nests west of the Cascades, primarily in the Pacific Northwest. But of course, one of the things we need to do is learn how to identify them. It could be that most of the few that remain around the Central Valley are of that subspecies. The ones east of the Sierra Confinus seem to be in better shape. But I'm getting distracted. What I would like to do is talk about shorebirds. And maybe because I'm 68 and I'm biologically slowing down, but I've become increasingly convinced that the best way to learn things is to take it slow. So why don't we start in shorebirds and Laura's design, and I'll just tease you a little bit that Laura, her favorite bird is the Dunlin. She gave a very detailed presentation on the 10 circumpolar subspecies of Dunlin. It's a worldwide species. And those are her sketches of Dunlins taken from photographs. And her fascination is that the comparison is real there on the top between Pacifica, which is the Dunlin found here in California, and the tiny little Arctica that breeds in Northeast Greenland and winters in West Africa. Those two are considered the same species. Arctica, they worry about how to identify it from Western sandpiper. In Pacifica, you'd never consider Western sandpiper. Arctica and the Baltic subspecies, also in the UK, Shinzi, migrate to the winter grounds before molting, whereas the other subspecies, and certainly the ones in North America, stay in the Arctic to molt before migrating. So the tales of Dunlin and the studies to be done in figuring out the biological relationships between each of the subspecies would be a fascinating topic. Now, I don't know how Lara, if she'll have a GoFundMe page to get her to Northeast Greenland. I don't think she's terribly fond of the cold, but it is getting warmer in the world. But that would be her desire to go study the tiny Arctica on its breeding grounds in northeastern Greenland. So we'll carry on. When people say they want to go study shorebirds, there's several things to consider. We have a lot of them, 243 species, and scattered through 14 different families, and things that look really nothing like what we think of shorebirds. So let's review the various families. Next image. First of all, in terms of the scientific names, all families end in AE. And that's a tip right off the bat. So you can see plovers are in their own family, a large family of 67 species. Some have only one species in the family, the Egyptian plover, the plains wanderer. Now, if you go out on the plains, the grasslands here in the Central Valley, the odds of seeing the plains wanderer are really low, since it's rare and only in Australia. Nevertheless, all of these birds are collectively in the shorebirds group. So lots of things to consider. We're going to be talking primarily about species in scalopacity, which includes curlew, whimbrel, but focusing on the Calidris, which is a large genus, 24 species. It's been expanded as various species like ruff, buff-breasted, broad-billed, stilt have all been merged into Calidris. Terms of Calidris is now expanded. Next image. And why not start off with just look a little bit initially at a red knot? We decided to call it red knot because of the breeding plumage. It's a rather large Calidris found in beaches, and it's generally uncommon to rare and even casual over most of California, except around San Diego Bay where they're common. The name knot in Canutus comes from a ruler of a king of Denmark, Norway, and the UK around 1000 AD. And he apparently addressed his subjects out on the flats one day, the tidal flats, and told his subjects that he could not control the tides. And somehow King Canute is where the name originates of knot. Kind of an odd name. And you can always quiz people by saying, well, it's not a this, and you say, I'm giving them a hint. But you really shouldn't torture the people you're trying to teach. Next image. So how to look at shorebirds? Here are at least the philosophy we've come to. Before you go out, read the status and distribution of a particular group you're going to be looking at. Know when they occur and where, timing, and their status. And if the guide is really detailed, it'll tell you when the adults come through and the juveniles. Juveniles are almost always later. Adults come through first. As Pasteur said, chance favors the prepared mind. Now, I was always one who tended to study after seeing a bird. After I saw the willow warbler in Marin County, I spent the next 2 weeks researching everything I could find about willow warbler, and particularly the geographic variation in willow warbler. So sometimes one is stimulated after they see something. Regardless, that's an important thing you should consider, is reading about when and where and status. Secondly, don't go to a place where the birds are far away and numerous. Find a place where you can get close to fewer. even if it's only 6, 8, 10, but you can approach them. That's the way to learn them. Getting to a place where you're looking at 1,000 birds and none of them are particularly close is just a thing to do to get frustrated. You could say the same about any group of birds, and including at Nimbus Fish Hatchery at gulls. Now, gulls is another whole nightmarish subject, but looking at a lot of gulls far away is not a good way to learn them. Third, approach and get as close as you can to birds. And you can sort of just pretend you're not interested in them and just relax and move a little closer until you become sort of a wandering shorebird yourself. Don't look aggressive, sudden movements. Just get out as close as you can and relax and absorb them. And the first, don't start panic, I'm going to miss this or that. Take a look at what's out in front of you and start working out what species it is. And the ideal situation would be 6, 8, 10, something like that. And learn them all, learn the plumages, and keep looking at them. They'll rearrange themselves. A predator may come by and they all fly, but soon enough they come back and go back to their same feeding territories. I find, when you chase a rarity, at first you're in a panic that you're going to miss it. But then you see it, you think, oh, thank goodness I saw it. And then your blood pressure needs to come down and relax. And then you can really sit and take the time to absorb it. I find sometimes it's amazing that people will drive great distances to see a bird, and they look at it for a few minutes and then immediately start thinking about the next bird they need to chase. And I think, how do you learn on that? And furthermore, it sounds like the day is a continual stress test. Birding is to be enjoyable, and even if you miss a particular bird you look for, I always try to tell people, think about what you might have learned about something, how you've become a better birder, what you've learned about the status and distribution. Because if you miss the bird, no matter how miserable you feel, you will still have missed the bird. So think about ways to make the experience positive. Next image. So this is not a very good picture, I realize, but on a recent wings tour to southern Idaho for the Cassia Crossbill, which I have voted on 3 times, and each time voted against the split. But nevertheless, we have a tour there to see the Cassia Crossbill. And there were, at Cedar Creek Reservoir, southwest of Twin Falls, we found a group of 4 shorebirds, 4 sandpipers, 4 members in the family Scolopacidae, 3 different species. From left to right, you have a juvenile semi-palmated sandpiper, a juvenile western, an adult breeding western, and particularly unusual, both for the age, particularly for the age, it was an adult pectoral sandpiper. And the birds were not particularly nervous. We were able to walk up right to them, the entire group of 10 of us, or 9 of us. And we just relaxed with them and kept comparing. On the left there, and we'll discuss it later, the semi-palmated with the western next to it and the different bill shapes and how different the juvenile was. Second one from the left, from the breeding bird on the right. And then the pectoral sandpiper, not only how different it was, but how unusual it was to see an adult. Adult pectoral sandpipers primarily migrate through North America 1,500 miles to the east. Next image. Rarities. Once you get to know the common species, notice that we've emphasized it's absolutely essential to learn the common ones before you begin to think about rarities. So we're going to concentrate on the small Calidris, learning least and western thoroughly before even thinking about a semi-palmated. If you live farther east, you have an excuse for looking for semi-palmateds earlier because they're so much more numerous in the middle part of the country, in the eastern part of the country. If you think you have an unusual shorebird, several things should go through your mind. Second is to keep checking to see it's really that. Then pull out a camera and get some pictures, but you want to keep refining the bird you think is unusual. If the flock, even if it flies and you don't refine the bird you thought it was, that's a major red flag that you might have gotten it wrong. After the fact, and you've left the area, don't keep rethinking what you had. Resolving it in your mind what you had without further evidence is not necessarily the scientific method. So if you didn't get the documentation, always be prepared to let them go and think I'll be better prepared the next time. Next image. I put structure, obviously size, particularly size in comparison to other species, and shape. The species that migrate the farthest tend to have a longer, attenuated, more horizontal look because the wings are and primaries are much longer. Bill size and shape can be important. You really do need to become familiar with primary tip projection, and we'll explain all about that. So structure features are important, but don't get overwhelmed by it. Just relax and begin to absorb certain things. And on terms of, we'll get to feather groups and things like that, you can practice looking at photos of the various feather groups before you ever get out in the field. Next image. So here's feather topography. As I say, experienced shorebird observers familiar with the feather tracks really have an advantage. So let us start on some important, hopefully you're going to do just fine on eye and bill and legs, but it's those feather groups on the upper parts that cause problems. And as Lara is moving the cursor, we always start at the wingtips, and you'll see a ratio there, primary tip projection past the tertials. In some species like Baird's and white rump species that go to South America, the primary tip projection is very long, and not only well past the tertials, but also well past the tail. This is a juvenile semi-palmated. The primary tip projection is shorter, but it's still there. In Lee sandpiper, which is a much shorter distance migrant, the tertials go almost to the tip of the primaries, and so you'd be inclined to say, oh, the primaries are very long, but in fact, they're not primaries at all. You're seeing the next group of feathers, tertials. And you'll notice there's 4 visible tertials. It's the most visible part of the wing. They're narrow. The second one from the bottom is the longest, and the innermost one is the shortest. And it's really quite a major area of the exposed wing. One other thing about the primaries, like on a Baird's, they're blackish on these shorebirds, and the tertials are colored with colored edges. So it's easy to find the primary tip projection unless it's totally hidden. So once you get the tertials down, remember they're different in length. If you drive and you cut someone off in LA, the driver you cut off may give you a tertial gesture. Just ways of helping you to remember. And please drive carefully in the cities. The next group of feathers up are the greater secondary coverts, 1 row. And 1 row of the next group up. See, they're getting smaller, the median secondary coverts. And then there are multiple rows of lesser secondary coverts. Sometimes the ones right up around the shoulder that are tiny are called marginal coverts, right along the leading edge of the wing. And the other difficult group to learn are the scapulars, which are the feathers that protect the junction of the wing to the body. And the lowermost scapulars are the largest, but they often hang over the wing coverts. So a lot of the wing coverts are obscured. The innermost row the upper scapulars, or inner scapulars, or sometimes people refer to them as the shoulder scapulars. They're separated from the back, or another word is used as the mantle. Sometimes the contour feathers, the white feathers of the underparts, will cover over the shoulder area as well. There's features to look for, like the supercilium or the eyebrow, and the extent of how dark the line is through the eye. Semipalmatids have a wonderfully short tubular bill that are really distinctive once you get to know them. Okay. Next image. Vocalizations. That's something that'll come later, but as you mesh yourself with these sandpipers, and the juveniles tend to be tamer. I've had them almost walk between my legs, but you'll be hearing various twittering and this, that, and the other. And you'll learn that their calls, or some of them at least, are distinctive from each other. Once you get used to a pectoral or Baird's with their low, particularly scratchy calls and Baird's, or rich low calls and pectoral, you get to be more familiar, and that's an additional tool you can use. The calls of semipalmatid, least, and western are all different from each other. Next image. So the 7 deadly stints, the small Calidris, they're not each other's closest relatives. They're not all in the linear sequence next to each other. They're sort of separated out by other species. But of the small Calidris, there's 7. We have 3 in North America, the least western and semipalmatid. The western also breeds into Northeast Asia. In the old world, there are 4, little stint, temic stint, long-toed stint, and redneck stint. North American birders call them peeps. The British birders call them stints. When people say, I'm going out to look for a stint, or they say it felt like a stint, that's just what people who speak English, who grew up in different continents, I suspect George Washington wasn't worried about stints, but they're just different countries, different expressions for with different English names for the same group of birds. Next image. So let's start off with a Western sandpiper. In many ways, it's the commonest peep, certainly in migration in California. And they'll spend the winter at big coastal estuaries all the way down to South America. That's very scarce, generally rare, inland in the winter. They do some winter in Kings County in those big saline ponds. They're pretty common in winter at the Salton Sea, and some winter at Owens Lake, which now has water restored to it. But by and large, if you see a peep well inland in the winter, it's going to be a leaf sandpiper. But before they migrate and head north, they molt into an alternate plumage. This is fresh alternate. And the way you would see a migrant coming through wetland areas of the Central Valley in April and early May, when they're very common. A lot of rufous in the crown and the ear coverts. The bases of the lower scapulars have extensive rufous on them, and big arrow-shaped streaks that extend out across the breast and down the sides. Next image. So they'll go up to their tundra breeding grounds, Alaska, Chukotka on the Russian Far East side. It's all pretty quick. They have elaborate song flights. You'll hear songs, calls you've never heard from Westerns, and displays. And the adults are already heading back south by the end of June, and particularly in July, and up until about mid-August. Most come through in July. The plumage is very similar to the breeding fresh alternate plumage, but there's been wear and darkening. No actual molt, but it's just the appearance is a little changed. They're a little darker, the markings are more distinctive. Next image. As they near or reach the winter grounds, they will molt into a basic plumage. And we'll hold that plumage again on the winter grounds until March. Sometime in March, they'll begin again molting to an alternate plumage. Now this happens to be actually a first basic, a bird 6 months old, but it looks very similar to a bird a year older or more. I can see fresh wing coverts there. And as we get into how to tell Leasts and Westerns, in basic plumage, they're totally different colors. One's white above and white below and gray above, and the Least is overall brown with a brown breast. And the last thing you want to be worrying about or looking at are the legs for leg color. So next image. Now, after most of the adults have come through, there's still some adults coming through, but right at the end of July, you want to look for birds that are extremely fresh plumage and very bright above and yet lack much of the streaking below. Those are the juveniles. And they arrive by early August, usually the first ones by the end of July. And after about the 10th, 12th, 15th of August, the majority of birds you see, even the great majority, will be juveniles away from places that Western sandpipers winter. And these birds look totally different. They kind of mirror the breeding plumage above and the winter plumage below. Next image. And then this is actually a first winter Western, the same image. As they near or reach the winter grounds, they molt into a basic-like plumage and become very similar to the adults. So think about the fall migration of a Western sandpiper. The adults are arriving by the end of June, all through July. The juveniles, first ones by the end of July. Juveniles take over in abundance after about the 10th of August, and their migration continues through the middle of October. So the fall migration of Western sandpiper really is from the end of June, when summer has just started, to the middle of October. Seemingly, well, June, July, August, September, October, 5 months of the year is the fall migration. But it depends on the age, and then as you get into it, also the sex to some degree. Next image. So let's talk about Leasts and Westerns. These are the two small Calidris you need to learn cold. I've had so many people that say, I want to see a semi-palmated sandpiper, but they haven't a clue really how to tell Leasts and Western, or at least using the right features. They're dead easy in basic plumage, winter plumage, they just are different colors. Westerns have longer bills, they're a little larger in size. Next image. The sandpiper, appropriately enough, is the smallest shorebird in the world. They have very short wings in flight. Once you learn their calls, they're really high-pitched, sort of upslurred. The bill's very short and thin and slightly decurved. They're hardy birds, least. They tend to feed less on the open flats or the mud flats or out in the water, and are often back in the vegetation. And places that get well below freezing at night can have wintering least sandpipers. Next image. So here's a least in fresh alternate plumage in April, and in worn alternate plumage in July. No molt, just darkening. Notice the bill shape, extremely slender, with a slight arch to it. Always has a streaked breast, brownish cast, never white underneath. White underneath is good evidence it's something else. And also notice, particularly on the lower bird, you can see the tertials with fresh edges and basically no primary tip projection. Least sandpiper, 5 of the 7 stints, and you can see the least here, have no webbing between their toes. Semi-palmated, appropriately, has palmations between the toes, as does Western. Next image. Now, by the end of July, the juvenile leasts are appearing, more richly colored underneath, not as strict, not as streaked below, but still with a brownish breast. Next image. So this is on the middle of August. The last of the adult leasts are still coming through. So you have a worn alternate adult least on the right-hand figure. And look how different the juvenile least is to the left, much more colorful, bolder trammel lines on the sides of the mantle or the back. And this is this wonderful time, the first 2 weeks of August, when you can see the worn alternate adults with the juveniles in both leasts and westerns. Next image. And finally, they go into winter plumage, and they're basically just very brownish above with a brownish wash across the throat, upper breast. People always want to look for the yellowish legs of leaves, but they often get mud on them or the light's bad. So leg color isn't quite useless, but lots of caveats need to be introduced before thinking about it. Next image. Western, reviewing, just repeating what we said earlier. Remember that in the winter, they're very local, not here. Alternate plumage, next. Juvenile, we looked at that, next. And basic, oh, here we go. So let's just look what we have. You have the alternate Western and then the 2 leasts below. The juvenile Western above, much more rufous on the edges, colorful, very white underneath, the least with a browner breast, different bill shape, different bill length. And the basic or winter plumage of the Western that's white underneath, gray above. Next image. So semi-palmated. By the way, I should, we'll talk more about Larry, but many of these, most of the images are from Larry Sansoni. I've relied on him for so many images. Larry lives in Southern California and has found many birds at his favorite wetland spot in Ventura County. He, if you see him, he was hit, T-boned or by a car that ran a stoplight in Ventura. So was hospitalized for a stretch. He will recover, but it was a severe accident in the end of September. The semi-palmated sandpiper is much more common in the eastern 2/3 of North America. They breed from Labrador to Western Alaska, but most migrate from the Rockies and east, though they're quite regular in California, particularly in the fall and particularly juveniles. Intermediate in size between the least and the Western, overall a little chunkier and rounder headed. The bill is the best field mark at all times of the year. Short and stubby, almost tubular. There's geographic variation, clinal variation. The birds in easternmost North America have distinctly longer bills, and males have shorter bills than females. In spring, they're very rare in the West, and most of the records are May, even into early June. In fall, we look for semi-palmateds. Sometimes the first juvenile peep we see right at the end of July or into the 4th week of July, the first one we see is a semi-palmated. And since there aren't that many juveniles in late July, critically look at every juvenile sandpiper you see the last week of July, the first week of August. By the middle of August, there's swarms of juvenile westerns, and the majority of juvenile semi-palmated have already come through. So your task is much, much more difficult. And by the end of August, 98%, I'm just guessing 98, but the great majority of semi-palmated are already through, even though there's still swarms of juvenile westerns moving. The westerns tend to feed out in the water a bit and have a longer bill so they can reach down and probe. Leafs with a shorter bill are often back onto the mud or even at the edge of vegetation. And semi-palmated are sort of right at the edge of the water and the mud and pick at the water. Semi-palmated gives a quick, low call, chirk. That's quite unlike the scratchy calls of westerns or the high-pitched squeaks of leafs. Next image. So here's an alternate plumage semi-palmated sandpiper with the stubby, short tubular bill. In all plumages, they have a darker mask that gives them a bolder supercilium, a good eye ring that lacks the rufous, the bright rufous on the crown, the ear coverts, and the base of the lower scapular feathers that western has. And the markings underneath are finer and not as extensive. Next image. We see a very few adults in July, even the end of June coming back south. But this is the plumage we primarily see, juveniles. Juveniles, and primarily the first 2 weeks of August in California. So the inner scapulars have rusty edges, but not that deep rufous of western. Notice the bill shape. The coverts are a little more filled in with dark. Notice how the ear coverts are dark and lores with a very conspicuous supercilium. Next image. So for structure, that's the juvenile semi-palmated on top and the adult western underneath, adult alternate. It's not an exact comparison of the same plumage, but those are the two species. You can see the semi-palmateds are a little more compact, maybe a little less blocky headed. Next image. That's the juvenile western on the right, to the right of the rock, and the semi-palmated in the foreground. Westerns are larger. Certainly the bill shape is different. And you look for those shoulder scapulars. The inner scapulars, there are two first basic scapular feathers molting in on that upper western, the western on the right there. The western's bill gets real thin near the tip. And you can see the semi-palmated is more uniform in bill thickness. Next image. Well, I don't have a photo of a semi-palmated plumage sandpiper in basic plumage because that plumage is unknown over much of North America. They molt on the winter grounds, which isn't North America. I've seen a few, very few winter in South Texas and particularly South Florida. But to see them in the winter, there's some in the Yucatan, but most of them winter in South America. I don't think there's a single California record of a basic plumage semi-palmated sandpiper, but I've seen a few, and they have that dark face with a really distinctive supercilium, and of course the bill. Next image. So let's look at semi-palmated in comparison to least. Has a short bill, but the bill is quite a lot thicker. Next image. In comparison to westerns. Okay, carrying on. We'll want to talk a little bit about sanderling because they can be confused with these small Calidris. It is a Calidris. It's the one that runs on the sandy beaches and in advance and retreat of the waves. They lack a hind toe, which seems to propel them to run all the quicker. They don't come into an alternate plumage until May. They breed in the very high Arctic, so no doubt arrive quite late. Next image. In full alternate plumage, they really look different with a deep rufous throat, lots of markings above. They have a pretty short bill, like a semi-palmated. It's a little thicker overall, and of course the behavior is very different. You're not going to see a semi-palmated here on the West Coast on an open beach running with the waves. Next image. So you do want to be a little careful when you see a sanderling. Don't think you have a redneck stint. The bill shape, of course, is different as the behavior. They had a single bird on Fair Isle in the Shetlands off Scotland that they thought was a redneck stint. They sent it to Lars Johnson for confirmation, the first for Britain. And Lars suggested sanderling, which of course it was. It was very embarrassing because the British Birds Records Committee had already accepted it as a redneck stint. So just beware. Next image. Juvenile sanderlings are beautiful, sort of a salt and pepper, very spotty appearance above, very white underneath. And they don't turn up till the end of August, about the 22nd, 25th of August. Juvenile lease, semi-palmateds, westerns are all in by the 1st of August. So the last week of August, you start thinking about juvenile red knots, juvenile sanderlings, juvenile ruddy turnstones. And if you're lucky, a juvenile stilt sandpiper. Next image. In basic plumage, sanderlings are just incredibly pale with a big dark shoulder area. But the wing can be tucked in so you don't see that dark in the shoulder. They're paler than westerns. Next image. And we'll just go through a few of the other species here. They have red knots. We talked a little bit. They're larger, of course, and compact with a fairly short bill, shorter legs than a dowitcher's. In basic plumage, they look just simply, they have a fairly good eyebrow or supercilium, but it's basically a process of elimination. They don't look like anything else. And they're pretty silent overall. I don't hear knots calling very often. Next image. In alternate plumage, they're just gorgeous with all of that coloration underneath. Those two, both of these are the Midwestern birds in the Midwest on the upper Texas coast, and where it's fairly rare up on Lake Huron in Michigan. Juveniles have a distinctive pattern. Notice the eyebrow, much like winter plumage birds, but they have subterminal dark fringes around every feather, which is diagnostic. The only other shorebird I can think of with that pattern is Temic stint, which of course would be much smaller. This is a good image to show you primary tip projection, which is long. You can see the tertials with the white fringe, and then the primaries are blackish. The primary is extending a little beyond the tail. Next image. And here are two basic plumage red knots. I'd say red knots are certainly regular in the Bay Area, but uncommon. There's certain places they're regular, San Mateo and Alameda County, and elsewhere. Next image. Buff-breasted, there's one that was in its own genus. It's one of our sandpipers that some breed west into the Russian Far East on the Arctic coast. Most migrate through the central Great Plains. Hit South Texas, the upper Texas coast, western Louisiana, and then up through the central Great Plains. The few that make the west and east coast, most of them are juveniles. Often on sod farms, even on grass, but also on mud flats. Next image. Again, we see mainly juveniles. They have a long primary projection because they go to Argentina, Uruguay. And beautiful buffy plumage. The dark eye stands out in the buffy face. For the juveniles, every feather is entirely fringed with pale. Bright yellow legs. The feathering extends out the lower mandible. They have very white underwing coverts too, with the dark primary coverts. And that's important for display. They form leks on the Arctic tundra and wave their wings, flashing the white underwing. Next image. Now this is Baird's sandpiper. This is one where the adults migrate through a pretty narrow pathway on the central and western Great Plains up to their breeding grounds and return pretty much the same route. And what we see in the western Pacific states and in the east are primarily juveniles. So the plumage is a bit unfamiliar, but they have very long wings that extend past the tail. Long, straight bill. And they're larger, certainly larger than leasts and westerns. Next image. Here's the juvenile Bairds. You notice the long primary projection, very scaly plumage. So we see these primarily in August and September. And they're always exciting to find. You go out and look for Baird sandpipers. They're not really rare or rare to uncommon, and always liven up the day. Notice the scaly plumage. Next image. Now the white rump sandpiper, extremely rare in California. The few that do turn up usually late, the end of May and particularly June. They breed in the high Arctic. It's shaped just like Baird's, but it's grayer with the streaks going down the sides and flanks, usually with a pink-based lower mandible. Of course, they have a white rump in flight, a little bit of rufous on the inner scapulars. They breed in the high Arctic tundra, particularly the Canadian Arctic archipelago. In winter in southern South America. If you look at pictures of Patagonia with shorebirds, pictures of white rump sandpipers and Hudsonian godwits. Next image. Here's a juvenile plumage white rump. Again, notice the very long primary projection past the tertials. They're a little scaly like Baird's, but you can see the rufous on the inner scapulars mirroring the breeding plumage. You can see the pink at the base of the lower mandible. Now, juveniles are interesting. Normally, juveniles you think are more likely to get off course. But as far as I can tell, every record west of the Great Lakes, and there are a number of them, California's got 6, 8, or 10, but every one of them's an adult, not a juvenile. Most of the juveniles go to the Maritimes of Canada, Atlantic Canada, and then migrate out over the Atlantic. So they're a long ways from Western North America. The few that we get, the few recorded all seem to have been adults. The few I've seen on the Great Plains in fall or the Western Midwest have been adults. It's one that's extremely common through the mid part of the continent in spring and very rare in the fall. Next image. How white rumps buck the trend, some migrate south already in basic plumage, or largely basic. Here's a basic plumage white rump sandpiper in October, already has a good supercilium. I mean, it has a good supercilium, it's already almost in full basic plumage. Next image. Here's that pectoral, the adult from Idaho. The adult pectoral sandpipers migrate up through the Mississippi and Ohio valleys, broadly speaking. migrate up to Arctic Canada and breed in northern Canada and all the way across into the Russian Far East and into Siberia, some 2,500 miles into Arctic Russia to the Timor Peninsula. And all those birds, or most of them, track their way all the way back to Hudson Bay, back through the Ohio, Mississippi valleys, and all the way back to Argentina. So those birds from Timor, I consider the long distance migrant champions of any bird. 2,500 miles before you even get to Alaska, before you start heading another 2,500 miles east or 2,000 miles before you start going south. Oh, the better part of 4,000 miles. And you do that twice in a year. Petrels are large, very long wings, as you'd expect, with a strong band of streaks across the breast. This is an adult, which we don't see in the West very much at all. Next image. What we see are juveniles that are much more colorful above, and those are fairly regular from the very end of August and primarily September and into early October. Notice the long primary tip projection. Not scaly like a Baird's, but more striped. Next image. Well, I won't say a lot about ruffs, except they're pretty neat. The males have exotic colors in the alternate plumage. They go and form leks, red and black and white ones. The black ones seem to be favored. They look a bit like a Rhode Island red walking around on the flats. And they form these leks and the females creep in, but there are these males called fader males that are smaller and duller and linger at the edge of the lek and often mate with a female. The other males that fight with each other tend to ignore the fader males and leave it to the Brits to figure out the breeding system. Of course, they do breed in Britain. Next image. So that's a nice, colorful alternate male. Ruffs are regular in California. The basic plumage birds they're kind of a funny shape, and often the feathers on the back raise. Leg color is variable. They look disproportionately small-headed, plump-bodied, have very wide underwing coverts and fly with kind of a floppy wing beat. Next image. Juveniles are very scaly. They've been confused with both buff-breasted and sharp-tailed sandpipers. I'd say the majority of birds we see in California, where they're rare but annual, are juveniles. But they've wintered in California as well. Next image. The rump pattern, the pattern in flight is very distinctive. There's a white band, kind of a U-shaped band around the rump with a very narrow dark center. Next. Stilt sandpiper, they're fairly uncommon to fairly common in the Imperial Valley and rare everywhere else. Most migrate up through the Central Plains, where they can be very common. It's a Calidris, but they feed with dowitchers. They have very long legs, so they can wander out with the dowitchers and feed. But they're grayer and smaller, and the bill shape's not straight, it's slightly decurved, and all plumages have a distinct eyebrow. Next image. That's alternate. There's juveniles. Often the juveniles, when they first appear, they're already molting scapulars in the basic plumage. This was one at Owens Lake, where they're rare in Inyo County. You can see the bill shape. And they feed like dowitchers, a drilling action, not like yellowlegs. Next. And they have a whitish rump and a lot of white in the tail as well in flight, which is distinctive. Next image. Okay, we're going to go through some Tringas quickly. I haven't been exhaustive on this. I just thought here's the genus Tringa. All except for the last species have been recorded in North America, though many of them are very rare. So let's get into it. Yellowlegs. They're not each other's closest relatives. And I continue to sometimes struggle in alone yellowlegs. But here we have a alternate grader, or molting out of alternate plumage with the juvenile lesser yellowlegs. I guess if there's, other than size and shorter legs of a lesser, the bill shape and bill length are the best features. The bill looks shorter in a lesser and straighter. Except for alternate plumage, greater yellowlegs always have a two-tone bill, and lesser yellowlegs, the bill is always dark. But that won't help you on that bird on the left, because it still has a lot of alternate plumage. And behavior is very distinctive. The sister species of greater yellowlegs is the common greenshank, and both of them can rush around pursuing prey, especially the greater yellowlegs. Lesser is a more sedate picker, and I can often identify if the bird's rushing around, it's a greater yellowlegs. Next image. Obviously, they both have yellow legs. So here we put in an alternate. The great alternate plumage, greater yellowlegs, has very heavy barring and extensive barring underneath. Next image. Lesser yellowlegs, the markings tend to be finer and less extensive. And of course, look at the bill shape. Next. Juvenile lesser has a brownish suffusion across the breast, and the markings underneath are blurry, more smudging. Notice they all dark, fairly short bill. Next. Moving on to solitary sandpiper. The solitary, we see mainly juveniles in the fall as the breeding adult. The legs are greener and shorter, much shorter, and always with a distinct eye ring. They have a distinct tail pattern. And turn up, particularly in California where they're not common, they're usually solitary by themselves, often on creeks. They're not going to be out on tidal flats or anything like that. So birding a wetland, creek or canal or a pond is a good place to look for a solitary sandpiper. Dark with short legs with always a distinct white eye ring. Next. We see mainly juveniles, bold eye ring, and the buffy cinnamon spots are characteristic of the western subspecies Cinnamomia, the eastern subspecies Solitaria. The white spotting above is more whitish. And I've heard that genetically they're somewhat different. Certainly the calls sound the same to me in the two subspecies. Next. The wood sandpiper. It's a slide from John Pitcher next to a big block of wood. I always say that's a hint. But the wood sandpiper is very heavily spotted above. This is an alternate adult with a bold supercilium. It's of the Asian waders, it's one of the most regular in Alaska, Western Alaska. And there's a scattering of records, half dozen records for California, perhaps. And it's also recorded from New York and a few other records for the Northeast. Notice the whitish rump, the barring on the tail. They give a twittering a little like a long-billed dowager. Next image. The spotted redshank has white going up the back, of course, carrot red legs, red base to the bill. The wings are fairly plain. It's a bird with 4 or 5 records for California, maybe a half dozen by now. But there are records scattered across North America, including from the East Coast. Eurasian species. In alternate plumage, which a couple of the California records are, They're all black on the face and all black underneath. They're just striking. Next image. Common red shank, even though it breeds into Northeast Asia, it doesn't go that far north and is unrecorded for Alaska or anywhere on the West Coast. But there are a number of records for Greenland. It's common breeder in Iceland, and people have chased to Newfoundland to see them. But notice that distinctive wing pattern of all white secondaries and inner primaries. Next. Tattlers. Used to be in their own genus, now they're with Tringa. This is our more numerous, regular on the West Coast wandering tattler. Heavily barred underneath. They have short legs. They bob their tails like a spotted sandpiper a bit, but are larger. The bird of the rocky coastline. Next image. There's another image. Here's a great-tailed tattler. It's paler on the flanks. Has a shorter nasal groove than the wandering. The great-tailed is regular in Western Alaska in spring and fall. And there are 2 records for California and another one from Washington. I think Florida has a great-tailed tattler, and maybe, as I recall, Massachusetts. It's basically found in Asia, in winters in Indonesia, and but also Australasia. Very easily separated by call. Next image. Well, the marsh sandpiper, the Central Valley became famous for that. The first record in Solano, and believed to perhaps be the same bird as spring records for at least 2 different years in Yolo County, the Yolo bypass. It has a almost Wilson's phalarope-like with a very thin bill, but of course much longer legs. Smaller than a yellow legs. It's a Eurasian sandpiper. There aren't even that many records of this species in Alaska. There's also a record for the north end of the Salton Sea in November. Next image. The willet. It's a little more closer to a greater yellow legs than the lesser yellow legs is, but has a striking wing pattern. This is a western willet with a fairly long attenuated bill, a very common species on the coast. As you know, it's hard to find here in the Central Valley, and it breeds in the Great Basin and also the Great Plains. Next image. This is the willet that breeds along the Atlantic coast and the Gulf Coast. Has a much shorter, stouter bill with pink at the base of the bill, and much more heavily marked underneath. So the breeding biology and the range is totally different from the Western willet. Breeds on the plains and Great Basin. There was a motion to split them, and it did not pass, but I voted for it. And the Eastern willets migrate to South America to winter. So there are plenty of willets on the Gulf Coast and South Atlantic coast, but those are all Western willets that come. So willets, they're all year round, but the Eastern willets are there in the summer and the Western willets are there in the winter. Next image. Here's the greater yellow legs look-alike with an upturned bill, and they have a white wedge up the back. This is common green shank, a few records for California. Legs are more greenish, not yellow, but very long legs. And like greater yellow legs, a 2-tone bill. Next. And here's our Nordman's green shank with rather stout yellowish legs and a thicker, more 2-tone bill. They have, in flight, the legs barely project past the tail tip. This is in the winter in Thailand, where we've had up to flocks of 60, but it's an endangered species. It breeds in northern Sakhalin Island and the coast of the Russian Far East, the adjacent coast, winters, coastal Myanmar, Thailand. They see them in migration in Hong Kong. Always a good one to look for. When you do see them, the ones we see at Pak Delay in Thailand, they tend to be standing around, but when the tide goes out, they run around on the flats. The behavior is very different from a common green shank. Next image. Just to show you a few, there's Larry with Sansoni, the primary photographer. Wish him well for a speedy recovery. Lars Johnson, who figured out how to tell long-toed stints, will always be grateful. One of the top European artists. He has his own European field guide. He's here on St. Lawrence Island. He's from Sweden, but has really taught everyone a lot about identification of birds, including stints and gulls. His goal is to study every herring gull subspecies in the world. Next. And here's Laura. And I'm going to ask Laura to introduce herself. She has a mockingbird there. She befriended and helped get some of the ants off the LA County Arboretum. It became her friend. And when she went back a week later with her mother, the mockingbird came and landed on her head and felt so comfortable with Laura that it fell asleep on top of her head. Laura, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's so nice to talk to all of you. I'm Lara. I'm currently 15 years old and I'm majoring in biology at Cal State LA through the early entrance program. I hope to become an ornithologist someday, and I'm really interested in shorebirds, particularly the Dunlin and the various subspecies, as John mentioned before, Arctica, and how it's different from all the other subspecies, as well as our species that breed in Alaska, Arcticola and Pacifica, and how they migrate to completely different parts of the world. I find that quite interesting as well. Currently, for my undergrad research project, I probably won't be doing shorebirds, but working more with museum specimens and looking at feather structures in urban birds. So I'm also very excited for that.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Those Arcticola breeds in northern Alaska and Northwest Territory, and Pacifica nests in western Alaska, and they both stage at the and molt at the Yukon-Kuskokwim deltas. Arcticola migrates to China, so they say, see you later, we're headed to China. Pacifica migrates across the Gulf of Alaska to winter in California. So isn't that intriguing? So that's why there's a gap. Birds in northern Alaska, Northwest Territory since they go to Asia, they have nothing to do with the interior West. So there's part of the interior West where Dunlin's very rare. New Mexico, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, always a hotline bird. Next image. There you are, Laura.
Yeah, this is Arctica, and this one's in basic plumage, so you can see how it resembles a western sandpiper, which obviously we wouldn't have this issue with Pacifica here in California.
Killian Mallarney photographed this, I believe south of Mauritania in West Africa. And it's just amazing to me how gray it is, short-billed, short-legged, than what we know is this is the smallest subspecies of Dunlin. We have Pacifica. Killian, he gets to see these in Western Ireland. That's where they migrate by, and he sees them with Shinzi and the nominate alpina, which comes more from Central Arctic Europe. And so Killian, he was one of the main authors of in my opinion, the best field guide written on birds of Europe. Lars Svensson, Killian, and Don Zatterstorm. And Killian is equally as intrigued with what's going on with European Dunlins. Next image. And we'll close. We didn't talk much about spoon-billed sandpiper, but it was talked about earlier. Radio telemetry, these breed in the Russian Far East. Of course, there's a major program to try to save them, down to a few hundred birds. Radio telemetry shows they migrate down through Hong Kong and through coastal China. And when they get to Vietnam, they cut across. They don't go all the way around Singapore. They cut across mainland Southeast Asia to winter in the Gulf of Thailand and Myanmar and Bangladesh. Of course, you have problems with the government in Myanmar. They had to convince the people that lived in Myanmar who set up nets. They had a name for spoonies because they ate them. They had to convince them to save them. So it's a full-fledged effort to save them on so many levels. And we will wish this bird well. What a fascinating bird it is. And if you want to still see them at Pac Delay, they have a preserve set up in Thailand. It's only a few hours from Bangkok to the south and a little west. So I think we're up against our time. Lara, thank you for going through this for me and doing, and yet again, a project we've done together, and I appreciate that, and thank you. It wouldn't be possible without your help.
I'm very happy to do it, and it's always wonderful working with you.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions. We're up against the 8 o'clock deadline.
You're okay. You're fine, John, Laura.
Okay.
There are a couple questions in the Q&A box.
Yep.
And if any of you, we have a few moments here. So if any of you have some questions for John or Laura, shoot it into the Q&A box. But let me read the couple that are in there right now, John. They're both from Dawn Garcia. And she says, is there quite a range in body size in Western sandpipers?
All species of sandpipers, there is a range both in sexes, and females and Calidris in most species are longer billed. Of course, ruffs are dramatically larger in males in the fancy alternate plumage, and male pectorals are larger than females. So I haven't looked carefully. There's a range of body size, and I haven't looked. I better check the measurements to make sure that females are larger in most cases. I know in some they are, and some they aren't.
Okay. And another
Just
question.
add on that, for instance, that, you know, a semi-palmated sandpiper, males are shorter billed than females, and females from Labrador are often very long billed. So the difference between a male in Western Alaska and a female in Labrador is pretty dramatic. And that's both sexual differences and clinal variation. But I admit, the ones I all looked at in coastal Alabama recently all look just like California birds. So the cline seems pretty steep, maybe east of Hudson Bay.
Okay. And Dawn also asked regarding Baird sandpiper. She says she has seen that bizarre oval shape that maybe you kind of referred to. Especially when she looks at them straight on. Do you think that that is a field mark unique to them, to Baird sandpiper?
For the, what's on the shape again? Could you please
the bizarre oval shape that I think that they have.
I think that's hard to interpret. What I look for on a Baird's, what's distinctive to me, they're disproportionately horizontal to the ground and long-winged. And when they're released, the shape as well as the size is dramatic. But it's one of those things, I see the shape differences, but there are times you get a single bird and you're just not sure how big it is. So on a Baird's, I always look for the long primary projection past the tertials, just to make sure I'm not being bamboozled by a least. It's a little embarrassing when he's proudly proclaim I have a Baird sandpiper. And then you realize, oh, I'm sorry, it's just the least. I'm taking your lifer away.
Okay. Oh, I'm seeing something on the chat thing here. I guess there was a little blurb in your program description that you were going to maybe talk a little bit about taxonomic things. Maybe not, or you want to say anything?
Yeah, I can say a few things.
Mhm.
I wrote down a few things. The changes in North America, taxonomic changes are relatively few. The big news is the split of the eastern meadowlarks, which I voted against. In my mind, the real meadowlark to split is the eastern meadowlark in Cuba. That sounds totally different, Hippocrepsis. Nevertheless, it was the vote, other than my vote, was unanimous to split it. This is Liliani, the southwest meadowlark of the desert grasslands. And the main debate involved what English name to give it. As always, there's a huge debate revolving around eponymous names. And even though Lillian, everyone referred to it as Lillian's meadowlark, the committee is pretty uneasy about coming up with new eponymous names when there's a movement to replace all of the existing eponymous names. So I favored Desert Grasslands meadowlark because there's a whiptail lizard by that name that occupies much of the same range. Marshall Islet strongly favored Chihuahuan meadowlark, which was the name. It's a desert life zone and it fits the range of Liliani fairly well, but there's another subspecies, Aro pectoralis, that's range is in Mexico, West Mexico, that's totally outside of the Chihuahuan desert. So it's appropriate for one of the subspecies, but not the other. Most of the other taxonomic decisions involved some hummingbirds in the West Indies. The streamer tails were split, the mangoes, the Hispaniola and Puerto Rican mango. The broad-billed hummingbird was split into 3 species. Turned out Doubleday's hummingbird, genetically, broad-billed wasn't even the closest species, it was Canavet's emerald. And the bird in the Tres Marias was split. Mottled and black and white owl are now in Strix, the genus Strix. Saber wings were lumped. The blue and white swallow that turned up in South Texas, it turned out it was the highly migratory austral migrant. What's Patagonia? It's something Patagonia that's larger and has less dark in the undertail and different underwing color, and it probably should be split from the ones you see in Costa Rica, the nominate race. And finally, Asian stonechat was split from the European one. But on genetic evidence and apparently vocal evidence, the stonechats east of Lake Baikal, mainly in the Russian Far East, are different than the ones in Western Asia, Morris. And so the Dutch and Europeans are now really trying to figure out if some of the records they figure likely involve Morris. And since they're genetically distinct, there are teams of birders that follow these stonechats around until they poop and gather up the poop and send them to a lab to genetically test if they could be Stenogari from east of Lake Baikal. This is our future, David. Follow them around and get genetic evidence.
There you go.
They don't know how to identify them visually yet.
Mm-hmm. Any thoughts that you have, John, on what you would like to maybe or suggest to be split that would affect the birds of California?
Oh, I have lots of thoughts about splits. One of the I've talked about the Algasai geese, which we saw some on the field trip.
Good.
Just got to see one in flight, and some photos were gotten. I think that it'd be nice to compare the upper wing patterns of the two, and we need more recordings of them. And Ed Pandolfino has tried to do that. He did get one recording. The calls are lower pitched. The hunting guide back over 100 years ago said the calls were quite different. And if you look at species limits within answer geese, Rosses and snow goose and lesser white-fronted, makes as much sense to split that. In which case, we really should have annual trips up to the Calusa area where they winter. I believe strongly the eared grebes should be split. The calls are totally different between New and Old World, but it's not like an addition for California. I've talked about for 30 years now, splitting the white-breasted nuthatches. I think the case is there. What's published in Western Birds with Ed and the recordings show very little overlap. Or birds, very few individuals with overlap calls. The next motion I'll write up for a split is within the house martins. Some folks from Hong Kong, British expats, went up to in Siberia, west of Lake Baikal, and found Urbicum from Western Europe. They've spread east, and Lagopodum from Siberia or from the Russian Far East has spread west, and they're nesting on the same structures with no sign of any hybridization.
Wow.
That's published in British Birds, so that's a no-brainer. As they say, under any species concept, this is a split. So now it's just going to be formally written up, and both have been recorded in North America. Lagopodum, about 20 records or so from Alaska, and Urbicum from Greenland and Bermuda, and once from St. Pierre, where the photos are just adequate enough to see the deep tail fork. I mean, Urbicum would be the logical one for the East Coast, but you still want to be sure.
Very good.
And I'm probably forgetting some. I jotted down. I figured if we got around to taxonomy, we'd go on a while, and if we started a debate on eponymous names, you'd be here.
Yeah. And then we have to call it quits.
But I really, I thank Laura again. She really puts a lot of time into preparing these. She put, for the Tringas we put in last, she put in pumpkin pie and a lot of things to be. I think I've, with all of the peer review science that's getting published and hearing stories on positive directions on tricolored blackbird, and the Scott's talk about the Amur falcons, which are a beautiful falcon. I've seen them in China. That whole population, it gets to Western India, and people can watch them circle up on the Indian coast there, Goa. And you know that they're going to fly across the entire Indian Ocean before putting down again in Kenya or Tanzania, where they winter, then winter down in eastern South Africa. I always thought, given that the whole population flies across the Indian Ocean and they breed in Northeast Asia, that some probably would fly across the Bering Sea and end up on islands in Alaska. And that's the bottom line. There are a lot of other things I'm thinking about, and obviously won't have time to do, but just spread the ideas, and there'll be other grad students like Laura that'll take off in those directions. So Laura is going to be working in a lab that's doing genetic research on an internship level, and she'll carry on the tradition of investigation. But getting stuff published in things like the Bulletin, which, and Western Birds, which is really field ornithology, I think carry enormous weight. And those efforts really need to be encouraged.
Well, thank you, Jon. And with contributions like what you're doing now, and you too, Laura, I think that helps with the cause. It helps with the club. And for all those that are listening, especially the younger folk, hopefully that's giving them inspiration and encouragement to do exactly that. So thanks, Jon. As always, you're ending the event in a very good way, as always. We learn a lot. You teach well, Laura. We're so excited to have you as well. Thank you for all that you do, and wishing you the very best as you go forward, especially this year. And we'll see you soon. See you both soon. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody. Participation. It always means a lot to come up here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to kind of just end our time here. I want to just say thank you for joining in on our virtual event. I'm looking at the calendar right here on my phone for 2023. The next year, or for next year, we are going to have the symposium starting in November on the 16th through the 20th. So count on it. We're going to be live. We're going to be at the Stockton Hilton, and we're going to see you there. and we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. Until then, I'm wishing all of you a wonderful, safe Thanksgiving and through the holidays. Thanks again for your, presence and your participation in this year's event. For those of you that are going on field trips tomorrow, have a wonderful, wonderful time, and we will all be in touch. Thank you again.